Introduction. In the mid-1960s, before GPS, email, and global tracking systems, a young man could walk into a shipping hall, sign a paper, and be on a vessel bound for war by sundown. High Seas, a memoir of San Francisco, Vietnam, and deadly cargo, is the true story of Roberto Loiede, a self-declared hippie who left the psychedelic haze of 1960s San Francisco for the raw, unfiltered reality of life at sea. One day he was hanging out in a San Francisco apartment called Cave 7, dropping acid with icons of the counterculture. The next, he was on the deck of a freighter hauling napalm to the Vietnam War. With no maritime training, only youthful audacity and a Z-card, Roberto signed onto merchant ships that carried him through typhoons, foreign ports, drug dens, spiritual awakenings, and the ravages of the Vietnam War. Not a soldier, but still in harm's way, he was part of the Merchant Marine, the war's invisible supply line. He crossed continents, built unlikely brotherhoods, faced death, found love, and through it all, one desire propelled him. He wanted to go everywhere and be everyone. What began as a lark became the adventure of a lifetime. Listening to this memoir, you'll gain a rare and intimate perspective on the Vietnam War through the eyes of a civilian mariner. You'll feel the pulse of 1960 San Francisco, travel through Asia and South America, and witness one man's transformation from dropout to deckhand, from seeker to father. Roberto Loiede is a journalist, television writer, and former merchant seaman. His work has appeared in publications including the Los Angeles Times, the Baltimore Sun, Penthouse, Jewish Journal, Tricycle, and on programs for National Geographic, PBS, and Discovery Channel. He holds a master's degree in literature and a proud AB ticket from the U.S. Merchant Marine. From dropout to deckhand, this is Roberto Loiederman's story in his own voice.
In April 1965, I was a 24-year-old grad student in the English department of San Francisco State College. While getting an MA, I was also a teaching assistant, grading essays and tests and teaching the poetry of John Keats and William Butler Yeats, and great literary works like Heart of Darkness and Moby Dick, Sun Also Rises. I was also in a marriage that wasn't working. We both knew the marriage should end, but inertia kept us together for a couple of years. Then in April 1965, we both took LSD for the first time. During the height of that trip, a voice inside my head said, "Let go of it. Let go of all of it. Then go everywhere, do everything, and be everyone." I wasn't sure exactly what that meant, but in the morning after that first acid trip, my wife and I separated for good. Within weeks, I gave away almost everything I owned and became part of San Francisco's counterculture scene of the 1960s. And within months of that first acid trip, I started to live out the dreams of adventure I'd had when reading Melville or Hemingway. I went from being a mellow Jewish guy with a couple of college degrees to being Maynard, a muscular sailor on ammo ships that carried napalm to Southeast Asia during the Vietnam War. I remember it all, breathing acrid smoke spewing from the stack, chipping layers of rust off a hull, painting a king post while dangling in a bosun's chair 50 feet off the deck. I remember the dolphins and flying fish, albatrosses in the middle of the Pacific. I have a clear memory of scrawny third-world longshoremen trudging down a gangway like ants carrying heavy cargo on their backs. And I remember the guys I worked with, Carmichael from Mobile, who wore Coke bottle glasses and muttered darkly about plots and conspiracies against him. I remember Vic, who on his back had a huge tattoo of an eagle holding the Irish flag in one claw and the Italian flag on the other, and in its craw had the American flag. He was half Irish, half Italian, 100% American. One day, I was teaching Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, and soon after that, I was deep into the real heart of darkness. And that's the story I want to tell.
Chapter 1, Cave 7. From academia to acid, Roberto plunges into San Francisco's counterculture and has an unforgettable evening with Hunter S. Thompson.
I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland. I went to Johns Hopkins University on scholarship. I was the founder and editor of the college literary magazine. After graduating from Hopkins in 1962, I eloped with my girlfriend and we moved across the country to San Francisco. For $90 a month, we rented a large, what was called a railroad apartment, one that had a large passageway and the middle rooms moving from either side of that passageway. It was in the Fillmore section of San Francisco on Oak Street near Webster. In San Francisco, I worked at a desk job for Social Security, and then I left that to do a 6-month stint in the Army National Guard. That was at Fort Ord near Monterey. After the Army, I worked a couple of temp gigs. I was selling encyclopedias from door to door, gigs of that kind. And then in February 1964, I went back to college, to San Francisco State College, to get an MA in English Lit. I don't know what I intended to do with that. Probably teach high school English or teach at a small college somewhere. At least that was the idea I had at the time. I worked as a teaching assistant for 3 professors, and one of them was John Gardner. John Gardner, who was only 7 years older than I was 23, he was 30. John Gardner was a brilliant guy who later became a well-known writer. He wrote Grendel, Sunlight Dialogues, October Light, and we became friends. We chatted a lot. I used to grade papers for him, grade tests, teach classes occasionally. I even babysat for his kids. I really admired him. I admired his intelligence and his wit. One day at the apartment on Oak Street, an old friend from Baltimore, a woman named Karen, knocked on the door, and she was with her boyfriend, Chet. They'd come out from Texas, and they asked if they could stay at our place. The Chet, who was her boyfriend, was a guy named Chet Helms, and he was the first guy I'd ever seen with hair all the way down his back. He had bright blue eyes and long blonde hair and a saintly smile, and he looked like paintings of Jesus, except for the rimless glasses he wore. And within the next few years, actually, Chet Helms became a very important figure in the San Francisco scene. He brought Janis Joplin from Texas. He was the agent for Big Brother and the holding company. He started Avalon Ballroom, which was the other big dance venue besides the Fillmore Auditorium. Chet was a seminal figure in the San Francisco scene, and in the Summer of Love especially. And when Chet died in 2005, the whole city of San Francisco held a large celebration of his life. Chet stayed for a few days in my apartment in 1964, then left. And a few weeks after that, his younger brother John also came out from Texas, and he also stayed at my apartment. John Helms will play a very important part in this story. In San Francisco in 1964 and 1965, there were a lot of changes happening. Counterculture vibe was already brewing. There were theatrical groups like The Committee and the San Francisco Meme Troupe who were doing very cutting-edge theater, very revolutionary ideas, and there was a vibe in the street that you could feel that the changes were happening. And sometimes you see it in a very small space, the change. One day when I was walking through San Francisco, I was coming back from San Francisco State. At a pocket park, I saw some dancers, and there was maybe a dozen people that were dancing, men and women. And I watched them. They were beautiful, the way they were dancing. There was live music that they were playing in order to accompany the dancing. And at one point, one of the women in that group saw me standing to the side and kind of waved me in and said, "Come on, join us." And I didn't do that. My head said, "No, I don't do that kind of thing. I'm not the kind of person that does that." And she kept waving me in. And finally I did. I did it. I went in and started dancing with them. And it was great. It felt really good. And as I walked home afterwards, I thought to myself, whenever your head says something like, "I don't do that kind of thing," or "I'm not the kind of person that does that," and you go ahead and do it anyway, it expands your self-image. It expands your idea of who you are. And that had happened to me with those dancers in that pocket park. One day at lunch at San Francisco State, I'm sitting there eating lunch, and I'm talking with a guy who's also a grad student in the psychology department. He tells me that he's doing a master's thesis on LSD experiments, on an LSD study. And I'm interested, and I ask him questions about it. And he tells me that he's looking for subjects to take LSD. He and his wife are working on it together. And so he gave me his phone number, and then I talked to my wife, and we agreed to be subjects for that LSD experiment. And this was in April 1965. They came over one night, this gentleman and his wife, and we separated in the sense that the guy and I were in the front room, my wife and the psychology student's wife was in all the way in the back room, and we answered a number of questions before taking it. It was all very academic and controlled, and the idea was that we would then, after taking LSD, answer the same questions and see if there was any change. So I took LSD that night for the first time in April 1965, and words do not come close to describing what I felt that night. I mean, it was like being in Plato's cave, the parable of Plato's cave. It was like up to that moment I had been seeing shadows. And because of the LSD, all of a sudden I was able to turn around and see the real sun, the real light, the three-dimensional world that was available. And I felt that we as human beings, that I as a human being was not separate from others or from nature, that everything is connected. I heard a voice in the middle of that trip tell me, "Get rid of it all. Get rid of all your stuff. Go everywhere, do everything, and be everyone." I couldn't quite grasp that meaning, but it were words that kept going over and over in my head during that trip. That night, maybe it was around 2 or 3 in the morning, the researchers left, and my wife and I agreed that we should separate. And in the morning, we drove over to Golden Gate Bridge, and we threw our wedding rings into the bay. It was a kind of a melodramatic gesture, but it ended that marriage for good. Within days, I rented an apartment with another grad student, another English lit grad student, a guy named Bill. Bill was very straight. He was an ex-Peace Corps guy. He had spent 2 years in Ethiopia. He's from Ohio. And I, because of my LSD experience, had already begun to change. And I was inviting people to come over to the apartment, which we called Cave 7. And that apartment, Cave 7, became a kind of crazy hub of 1960s exotic characters. And LSD and weed were an integral part of it. There were a lot of freaky characters who moved in and out of Cave 7. There was a charming kind of childlike couple named Fluke and Choo Choo. And there was a poet who was very kind of violent and aggressive named Buddy. And there was a guy named Lester, who was half black, half Jewish, who installed himself in the kitchen for weeks and weeks. And he could do anything with his hands. He could fix anything electrical or mechanical. There was a guy named Cousin Neil who came and stayed for weeks, a guy who had traveled in Afghanistan and the Himalayas, and he had things sewn in his hair. And there was a girl named Uranus, and she used to bring acid over every time she came. Fluke and Choo Choo took a television set out of the garbage somewhere out in the yard, And of course it didn't work, but what they turned it into a work of art. They painted little dots not only on the screen, but on the tubes and all over. Fluke was a guy who convinced me to give away all my books. And when we were at Cave 7, every person who came into the apartment would get a book. For any reason, if they came to deliver mail or to read the meter or to whatever, to deliver a package, anything at all, anybody that came to Cave 7 got a book. Little by little, I gave away all my books. Another thing that happened was, up the back stairs, somebody came and stole Buddy's typewriter. And he asked me if he could sell my clothes to get another typewriter. And he took my suits, the ones I'd used when I was working at Social Security, and he sold my suits. Little by little, I stripped myself down to very few possessions. The guy most interesting, who stayed with us for a long time, for months, was a guy named Frank. Frank was a kind of guru type. Tall, stooped. He carried a banged-up attaché case with all his writing. He always wore a black suit, a kind of a stained black suit. He was very provocative, always asking oblique questions meant to teach you about life as he understood it. One of his main teachings was that all we are ever doing is saying, please like me, please like me, please like me. When he first arrived at the apartment, he had an open suitcase at the very top of the stairs, and in it you could see his dirty underwear. It took a while to understand that it was a message of some kind, that he was showing the grubby little guy that he is, and we should do the same. It was that kind of character. It was always teaching lessons about life. But he was the kind of strange character that would hang out in Cave 7 and was part of our world at that time. The craziness in Cave 7 was a kind of microcosm of what was going on in San Francisco at the time. We could feel that life was changing, felt that we were on the cutting edge of things. The word that Frank used to use was systemicide, killing the system, the existing system, and replacing it with what? Frank never told us what he wanted to replace it with. What we didn't realize at the time is that we were in a kind of bubble. I mean, we thought the rest of the country and the rest of the world was doing the same thing we were, and of course they weren't. We were in a kind of a bubble where we reinforced ourselves by the kind of things that we were doing, the kind of life we were living. Even in the Bay Area, it was different. San Francisco was a kind of a spiritual place, but the East Bay was full of political activity, full of trying to change the world as it existed through politics and through demonstrations and through trying to change the laws in some form or another. We weren't concerned about that at all in San Francisco. It was purely a spiritual place. What I remember, for example, is one night, a whole bunch of us got together, about 7 or 8 of us, and we were up all night. And we had taken a lot of drugs of one kind or another. What my crazy friend Buddy, the sort of aggressive poet, called ups and downs and all arounds. And we were up all night talking, trying to reveal who we were, trying to say the truth about ourselves. And in the morning, about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, Buddy and I walked back to Cave 7, and we saw a couple getting into a car, going to work, obviously. He was dressed in a suit, she was dressed in business clothing, and Buddy pointed to them and said, "Remember that?" And I thought, yeah, right. We were really far away from that world of going to work in the morning and, wearing a business suit and, having a normal life. We were really distant from that at that moment. All the time that this was going on, I was starting a new relationship with a woman we'll call B, and she worked at a real estate agency, and she was also an actress in the San Francisco meme troupe, and it was a very passionate relationship, but we were always arguing in one form or another, but physically it was very passionate, and so that relationship continued. And it was through her that I met Hunter Thompson. She was working at the same real estate agency where Hunter's wife was working. And the 4 of us became very close friends, and we would do things together, and we would hang out together. Hunter and I would play basketball together. And he was not well known at the time. He was in the process of writing a book about the Hells Angels. one night, Hunter asked me to bring over some LSD to his place. And sure, so I brought a couple of capsules over to his apartment. Now, at that time, he lived on Parnassus Heights, which is a very hilly street in San Francisco, right across from UC Hospital, which was also a medical school, the UC Medical School. That particular night, interestingly enough, years later, I read Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And part of what happened that night, Hunter writes, is the epitome of what it was like to be in San Francisco in the 1960s. What actually happened that night was the following. I went over to his house, and I had 2 capsules, so we decided to take one capsule, split it in half, see where that would take us, and then if we wanted to take the rest of it a couple hours later, we would do so. So we split that one capsule, and then we decided to go out. We got on his motorcycle. He had a BSA 650, and we drove over to a club called The Matrix, which I think was partly owned by the Jefferson Airplane. They were playing there that night, the Jefferson Airplane. And we were sitting in that audience, and we were tripping. It was just great, a wonderful night. About 3 or 4 hours into this trip, Hunter says, let's take the other capsule. I said, sure. And so we go into the men's room, and we sit down on the floor of the men's room, and we're facing one another so that our knees are almost touching. I pull out the capsule, and we're trying to figure out how to kind of split it equally, but it's a capsule with little granules in it. And we're tripping. So what happens is that the granules fell on the sleeve of my sweater. I had an old brown sweater. He looks at me, and he looks down at the granules on the sweater, and he leans down and he starts sucking on my sweater, on the sleeve of my sweater. I shrug, and I do the same thing. So we're both leaning down on my sweater, and we're sucking on it to get these little granules so that we can ingest them. All of a sudden, Hunter starts laughing, but he starts laughing to the point where he can hardly talk. He's crying from laughter. Finally, when he's able to talk, I said, what is it? He said, what if some Montgomery Street financial guy walks in that door right now? It'll fuck his mind up forever. That particular moment is the one that Hunter uses in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as the epitome of what it was like to be in San Francisco in the mid-1960s. However, what Hunter does not include is what happened during the rest of that night. At about 1 or 2 in the morning, we drove in his motorcycle back to his apartment, and as soon as we get in, there's a knock at the door. Even before we got in, when we were on the street, Hunter had made some noise. I think he had grabbed a garbage can or something, and he was rolling it down the hill. And so the noise attracted some activity on the street. And one was a neighbor who was a medical student who knocked on the door and wanted to come in. He had sort of become friendly with Hunter because they were neighbors. And another person who came in at that time was a Hell's Angel. Hunter was writing about them, so he had gotten to meet them and know them. And he was waiting across the street, sitting on a motorcycle, waiting for Hunter to come home. They both came in. And it was at that time that Hunter went out of the room, and he grabbed a pistol, and he came back, and he was sitting in a chair by the window with a pistol in his hand. Now, this was not a small snub-nosed pistol. It was a big pistol, and he was pointing it out the window toward the yard outside. Both the Hell's Angel and the med student got kind of scared. They kind of moved back a little bit. At one point, Hunter fired that pistol, and there was a bullet in there, and he fired it out the window. At that point, both the Hell's Angel and the med student got very scared, and they both left, leaving me alone with Hunter and the pistol. And also what happened at that time is Hunter's 10-month-old baby and his wife came out. The baby started crying. His wife came out and started, what's going on? She went back in and got a rifle. And I was wondering what was going to happen then. What she wanted to do was exchange the rifle for the pistol so that Hunter would give her the pistol and she would give him the rifle. Now, what made the rifle safer than the pistol, I don't know. but that apparently was what was going on. And Hunter went along with it. He gave her the pistol. She gave him the rifle. And she, at that time, also was holding the baby in her arms because the baby had been crying. She goes out of the room with the pistol and the baby, leaving me alone with Hunter and the rifle. At this point, the trip was really on the downward slope. Hunter was now very verbal, starting to talk again about his pet peeves, about what it is that keeps us unfree in this world, what it is that limits our freedom in any way. And the thing that he hated was the church, the government, the institutions that keep putting limits on us. Over the fireplace, there was a quote from Samuel Johnson that he loved. It says, "A man turns himself into a beast in order to get rid of the pain of being a man." And that was really Hunter. The essence of Hunter was that quote from Samuel Johnson. Another essence of Hunter was that if I could just have one moment of absolute freedom, that's all I want. One moment of absolute freedom, the world can go to hell, that would be enough for me. At this point, I felt that Hunter's constant rapping, his talking, endless talking, was getting into my head, and it was my trip that was being infringed upon. It was about 3:30 in the morning. I decided to go back home. So what I always felt in retrospect when I read 5 years later that Hunter had used the first half of that night as the epitome of what it was like to be in San Francisco in the 1960s, what I always felt is that he did not include the second part of that night in that story. And I think he should have. I think he should have, because that was also part of what was going on in San Francisco in the 1960s. It was a kind of a growing violence, that attitude, a dismissal of the straight world, which was the essence of his comment when we were sitting on that floor in the men's room. Apparently, Hunter wasn't all that happy living in San Francisco because very soon after, he left and he lived the rest of his life in Colorado. I felt very close to Hunter, and I also felt very close to John Gardner, who was a professor that I was a teaching assistant for. And Gardner became a well-known writer, too, writing a whole bunch of novels that were highly considered. And so on the one hand, I resonated with both of them, with both Hunter Thompson and John Gardner. But I did not love Hunter's connection to guns, and I was not happy with John Gardner's being in an academic setting. So to some degree, I loved them both and at the same time rejected both of them. In January of 1966, I took LSD with my roommate Bill and the crazy guru Frank. We took LSD and went to the Trips Festival. The Trips Festival was a 3-day event that took place in January of 1966, and running it was Ken Kesey. It was at the Longshoremen's Hall in Fisherman's Wharf, and Ken Kesey had arranged to have the Hells Angels do the security. I don't know whether Hunter had convinced Kesey of that or not, but that's who was doing the security. It was an amazing event, especially if you were tripping as I was at the time, because it was the first open event where all these different counterculture groups could kind of interact and see one another, and the people who were followers of those groups were also there. It was an amazing gathering. Kesey was wearing a silver spacesuit and a silver helmet and silver shoes, and he was walking around with a walkie-talkie to talk to the Hells Angels. The problem with the walkie-talkie is it was extremely noisy in there. So what they did as a kind of a backup measure, they had a screen above the bands. And by the way, this was the very first time that Grateful Dead appeared publicly under the name Grateful Dead, was at this event. And what they had was a screen above the bands, and there was a pad that they could write on that was in the balcony. And so Kesey and the Hells Angels could communicate with one another through messages on that pad in case they couldn't hear one another with the walkie-talkie. At one point, I was down on the main floor, and as I say, I was tripping, but I had a little notebook with me. That was one of the things that I copied from Frank, was to write down everything in a little notebook. I noticed that the messages on that screen that were coming from the balcony were not messages about security or to the Hells Angels. They were personal messages from Kesey. You have to understand that Kesey had been busted for dope, and he was about to be sentenced for dope. In other words, he was facing jail time. And yet he was walking around in this spacesuit as if nothing was happening. But as I was looking at that screen, I noticed the following. Kesey was writing messages that were important to him. And what he wrote was the following, because I took it down in my little notebook. Being of reasonably sound mind and body, and then he would erase that because there was only limited amount of room on that pad. Being of reasonably sound mind and body, I hereby bequeath, erase, all my earthly and unearthly belongings, erase, to the Hells Angels, erase, the first ones to teach us, erase, good is evil. And put that in capital letters, erase, right is wrong, erase, pleasure is pain, erase, heaven is hell, erase. And then he wrote the word power. And then he kept writing again over and over, marking each letter, P-O-W-E-R, stronger and stronger. In the next few days, Kesey disappeared. This was the time when he was supposed to be sentenced to jail. He disappeared, and his vehicle was found in Northern California with a suicide note. As it turned out, this was a false flag. Kesey had gone to Mexico, and then he came back, and he did his jail time. He had been the leader of the whole scene, with the Further bus, with the going around the country, and one of the promoters of acid and the acid test things that he did with the Grateful Dead before they were the Grateful Dead. All of that made Kesey, and the fact that he had written 2 novels that were very highly considered, that were made into movies, all of that made Kesey a leader of the scene. But he gave all that up. He gave up his power and went back to Oregon, where he was from, and lived a very kind of anonymous and quiet life from then on. And it made an impression on me, made an impression that one could pivot totally, leave the power behind, and become an anonymous person living a quiet life. Now, I'd mentioned before a character named John Helms. Chet Helms was a person who became very important in that scene, started the Avalon Ballroom. His younger brother, John, had stayed at my apartment when he came out from Texas. One day in the spring of '66, I run into John Helms. He looks terrible. He's almost white, sallow. He's crying when he talks to me. He's depressed. He's not sure about his sexuality. He doesn't know what to do with himself, and he's very upset. I don't know how to help him, but that's the last time I see him for a few months. Now, in the spring of 1966, I don't want to take on a regular job. I've finished my term, my 2 years as a teaching assistant at San Francisco State. I've got my degree, my master's degree, which I got in February of 1966. So I decided to drive a yellow cab, and that's how I make money. And my days off for the yellow cab are Tuesday and Wednesday. My old and dear friend Ronnie is teaching school, and he has Tuesday and Wednesday off as well. He's teaching college, Merritt College. And so every Tuesday, we drive his car up to Muir Woods, park it there, go through the woods, get into the area where there's nobody, take acid, and spend all day walking through Mount Tamalpais and around Mount Tamalpais, finally get down the hill to Stinson Beach. At Stinson Beach, we have friends that are caretakers of a house, which is great because on Tuesday and Wednesday, the owners of the house are never there. They're only there on the weekends. So only our friends are there. So what we do is by Tuesday afternoon, late Tuesday afternoon, we arrive at that house. We stay there overnight. On Wednesday, our friends drive us back to the car in Muir Woods, and we pick it up and drive back to San Francisco. And this we do every single, Tuesday, and Wednesday for months. And those acid trips are really important. They keep affecting me, changing me, teaching me. They touch on my fears. There's a lot of ecstasy. There are moments of sublime wonder as I go through the area where there's all these redwood trees. It strips away the old me little by little. Months pass. In July of 1966, all of a sudden, John Helms comes to Cave 7 again. And he's fit, he's tanned, he's self-assured, completely different person from the one I'd seen months earlier. And what happened? Where have you been? For a year now, he says, I've been working at a shipping agency on Market Street. And one of the people there is a port captain. And one day he came to me and he said, you know, John, you can work on a ship if you want, that he can get me a seaman's document. All he has to do is write me a letter, and I take that and my ID, and I go to the Coast Guard office, and I get my seaman's paper. They call it a Z card. A Z card because all those numbers begin with a Z. He takes it out and he shows me his Z card. John says, I took my Z card, and I went to the union, and I was able to get a job on a ship. And the ship went to Vietnam, and we hit all these other ports in Southeast Asia, and it was fantastic. It was incredible. It was great work. I loved the work. I loved being in those ports. I had just the greatest time of my life. And I'm listening to this, and I'm saying, wow, that's amazing. And he says to me, you know what? He says, I can get you a letter from the port captain, and if you want, you can do the same thing. I heard the words, and I understood what he was saying, but it didn't really register in my head. And I said, wait a minute. You mean that you can get me a letter that can allow me to work on a ship so that I can actually work as a deckhand and go over to Southeast Asia on an ammo ship going to Vietnam? Wow, that's amazing.
Chapter 2. Call Me Maynard. A spur-of-the-moment decision lands Roberto on a ship with a most dangerous destination.
In August of 1966, I go to the office in the Barcadero, to the Coast Guard office, and I take a physical exam, and they take my photo, and they take my thumbprint. Did they check me out? I don't know, probably not. Had they checked me out, they probably wouldn't even have denied me a Z card, because at that time, it was the enormous build-up to what was going on in Vietnam, and they needed bodies to work on these ships. So they probably would have given me seaman's document anyway. There weren't any computers at this time. The kind of situations that now get checked regularly were not completely vetted or checked at that time. After a couple hours, they hand me a laminated document, a Z card, that says that I can work on a ship in any of the entry-level situations. I can be in the steward's department or the engine department or the deck department of any American ship. Well, now I'm thinking I've got this card. And at the same time, I really felt like getting away. The relationship with B in some ways was great, but we were constantly arguing, constantly at odds with one another. It wasn't a good relationship. And so I now have a Z card that says that I can go and work on a ship. So I asked people at the Coast Guard station, what do I do with this? And they said, well, you can go to one of the unions and you get a job. Okay, which union? They said, try the Seafarers International Union, the SIU. It's a 20-minute walk from here. And I thought to myself, okay, why not? I'll go and find out, see what it looks like. I walked over from the Coast Guard office to the SIU hall, which they shared with another union, the Sailors Union of the Pacific, the SUP. It was a massive hall. I mean, a cavernous place with hundreds of guys inside, many of them playing a game called cribbage. It turned out that was a very popular game among seamen. And I go in, And I walk through this hall, and I go up to the front, and there is a massive board, a board on which you can chalk in names. Names of ships are vertically on the left side, chalked in, and all the way across the top are the names of the jobs that you can get on a ship, and they're divided by departments. So on the far left, you have the deck, in the middle you have the engine, and on the right you have the steward. And there's particular jobs in each department. If you look down at the crosshatch, if you look down vertically from the name of the job and the name of a ship, there'll be sometimes a number in there, 1 or 2, meaning that they need 2 ordinary seamen or 1 cook or 1 fireman on this such and such a ship or that ship. The names of the ships were constantly being erased and rewritten because as ships were approaching or in port, they would go on the board, and the ship that left would be erased. So here I am at the SIU Hall, Seafarers International Union. All these guys are waiting around for a job or sitting around, and there's a guy that's writing stuff on the board. He's on a ladder. It's very high up because this board is maybe 20 feet wide and 12 feet high. He comes down from the ladder, and he's a tough-looking guy. He looks like a guy from on the waterfront. He looks like a guy who's done tough jobs for the union, and he's been given this soft job of patrolman as a reward. And so he comes down. His name is Pat Scola, I find out later on. I have my Z card in my hand. I have this newly minted, newly laminated Siemens document in my hand. And he says, "Yeah, kid?" And I said, "Well, here I am. What do I do in order to get on the ship?" He said, "No problem." He said, "I have to give you a shipping card. It's a orange-colored strip card, maybe 1 inch wide and 4 inches long. He puts down my name, my social security number. I have no union rating, obviously. It's the lowest union rating, a C rating. And he says to me, "It doesn't matter. Everybody gets that these days. You're going to get out as soon as you want." I look at the board and I see that some of them have S.E. Asia next to the names of the ships. Southeast Asia. And some of them have the word bonus written there, meaning bonus cargo, which I find out has to do with ammo. So you know ahead of time if you're going to Southeast Asia and if you're carrying ammo. It says so on the board. But I have no qualms about this. It's a strange thing, but San Francisco, anything of this kind was thought of as spiritual in a strange way. Anything that you did that was outside of your comfort zone was thought of as spiritual, that it expanded your idea of who you were. And neither I nor my friend had any judgment about working on an ammo ship to Vietnam. Maybe people did have judgment if they lived in the East Bay in Berkeley or Oakland, but in San Francisco, that wasn't an issue. But I'm hesitating. I'm still hesitant about throwing in my card. And I'm thinking, am I really going to do this? And Scola starts talking to me personally. He said, "Listen, kid, a few years ago, you should have seen this hall. It was dead. You had to wait 6 months and have a killer card before you got a job on a ship. Now, you get a job right away, anytime you want. And these are great ports. I mean, there's lots of overtime. I mean, it's endless amount of OT. Because who's paying for it? Uncle Sam's paying for it. So you can work 4 hours a day, every day, overtime, make lots of money, and you can have lots of girls. It's just a great thing to do." And I'm thinking, wow, I knew about seamen. I knew about sex workers. I'd never been with one, but I'd read about it. That too seemed like something I should experience. What's going through my head are the 2 Henrys that had been my literary guides for much of my life, Henry Miller and Henry David Thoreau. I'm thinking to myself, what did Henry Miller say? What would he say in this situation? If you're in a war, there's a quote from this in Tropic of Cancer, if you're in a war, you grab the bayonet and you plunge it up to the hill. And what would Thoreau say? Quote from Walden, "Live deep and suck out all the marrow of life." Those things keep going through my head, and they're in sync with the voice I'd heard when I was tripping that very first time. go everywhere, do everything, be everyone. I say to Pat Scola, okay, sign me up for a ship. I throw in for a job. He says, kid, you got a job. On the Northwestern Victory, it's at Port Chicago. Come back tomorrow at 6 o'clock in the morning. You're going to be an ordinary seaman on that ship. He says, you got clothing? You got the right clothing? I said, I don't think so. And he gives me some money. He said, go to an Army-Navy surplus. The most important thing is get steel-tip shoes. Get yourself a good pair of jeans, riveted jeans. Get a couple of chambray shirts. Get yourself a watch cap. You're set to go. And gives me some money, and he said, now this is a loan. He says, when the ship comes back, you're going to give this back to me. Okay? I said, sure. I'm signed up on the Northwestern Victory, which is at Port Chicago, an ammo port 30 miles away. And I'm saying, my God, what did I just do? I just signed up to go on an ammo ship to Vietnam. On the way back to Cape 7, I stop at a surplus store and pick up the clothes he told me, exactly what he said. And then, on the way home, I stop in at the library to check out Port Chicago. Port Chicago is not in Chicago, it's in the San Francisco Bay, and it's 36 miles northeast of San Francisco. It has been around a long time, and it was an ammo port during World War II, and there was a huge accident with ammo there in Port Chicago in the 1940s during World War II. Hundreds of people died as a result of that, and there was a whole lot of other stuff that happened also as a result of that. So, wow, that's what I've signed up for. And while I'm at the library, I look up 2 years before the mast, Moby Dick, books that I'd read before, and I realize that they have lots of chapters on shipboard routines, but it kind of reinforces this romantic attitude that I have. I'm thinking, wow, this is great. This is an experience that's going to be fantastic. And when I tell Bea, who was the woman in my life at that time, that I caught a ship and that I'll be gone for months, she also has a very romantic attitude toward it. And she's actually quite pleased that I'm going to have this adventure. And I think she's also pleased that we're going to be separated for a few months. The following morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, I'm at the Union Hall. They also give me a physical. I'd gotten a physical at the Coast Guard office. The Union also gives me a physical. And they give me a whole bunch of vaccines, typhus, typhoid, etc. And they give me a vaccine for plague. And I'm thinking, plague? Like, where are we going, to the 14th century? And she said, no, you never know. We're going to places that are subject to a whole lot of diseases. And the nurse is it's all very routine for her. We get in the van, and there are about 9 of us in the van, big van, heading out toward Port Chicago. It takes about an hour to get there. And while we're on the ship, guys are bantering. And one of the guys, at this time, I look very much like I look now, a goatee. And one of the guys on the ship is called Ed, black dude. He's third cook. And he looks at me and he says, hey, man, you a first-timer? I said, yeah. He said, you look like Dobie Gillis's pal, Maynard. You look like that guy on a TV show. And I knew what he was talking about. I'd seen the show. And he says, that's what I'm going to call you. He said, I'm going to call you Maynard. Oddly enough, I stuck with the name Maynard, the name I used on that ship, and it's the name I used on every other ship I worked on. And I worked on a lot of ships after that, and I was always Maynard. That was my name. There were other guys on that van. There was a guy named Bo, a young guy, but what we call a young old-timer. He was my age, 25, but he had been on a dozen ships already by that time, and he was an AB. He was an able seaman, not an ordinary seaman. He had advanced. He's a really nice guy, and he's kind of very helpful and giving me tips and instructions about what to do. And there's a guy named Paul, also a first-timer. There's a guy named Ski, who's a kind of 40-some-year-old tough guy, and a bunch of others in that van. And one of the things that Ed is talking about is the quality of food on a ship. He's explaining to us that when a ship has good food, you call it, she's a feeder. You say, she's a feeder. And when a ship doesn't have good food, you say, well, bring your own lunch. So they're giving me this sort of ideas about how to absorb ourselves into the ship life. We're outside the port now, and there are demonstrators there with the sign, the anti-Vietnam War signs that we all got used to at that time. Hey, LBJ, how many kids have you killed today? All of that stuff is going on. And Ski, the 40-some-year-old AB, is really nasty towards the demonstrators, and he's saying things like, we should stick napalm up their asses, that kind of stuff. Paul is very defensive about this. No, they have a right to do this. And then he turns on Paul and saying, who the fuck are you to tell me what, just all of that stuff. So these guys are talking like seamen. They're talking like I expect seamen to talk. The van goes into the port and heads around these huge warehouses where ammo is being kept, and we go around those and finally get to where the ships are. I see the Victory ship, as it turns out, with Northwestern Victory painted on the stern, and underneath Wilmington, Delaware. We all get out, we have our stuff, and the gangway's down, and we walk up the gangway, and we're on this ship. The smells, the sounds, the carpenters are finishing and putting the last nail on the crates. To me, it's literature come to life. They're securing the cargo, and I'm thinking, wow, any mistake could spell disaster on a ship like this. I mean, I had remembered that explosion during World War II, and Bo, who really is a wonderful guy, he's my age, but he's been around ships forever now, he puts his arm around me and says, look, if anything happens on this ship, she ain't going down. She's going straight up. This kind of dark humor, I realized, was kind of a part and parcel of being on an ammo ship. But Bo is just a really sweet guy. All the way through the next hour, he helps me at every step of the way. We go into the mess room. The mess room has 4 tables, the crew mess room. One table is the deck department, one table at the engine department, one table at the steward department, and the 4th table is where the captain is sitting. The captain is there because he needs everybody who's new to the ship to sign and document called the Articles of Agreement. Every time you join a ship, any ship, American ship, you sign the Articles of Agreement. And the Articles of Agreement commit you to stay on that ship for 12 months or however long it takes before the ship comes back to the U.S. And in return, the ship company promises certain things. And since this is a document that was drafted over 100 years earlier, it has stuff that is not relevant to 1966. And so I signed the Articles of Agreement, and it commits me to work on that ship for 12 months. But again, Bo says, no. As soon as the ship comes back to the U.S., you're free. You can sign off anytime. Says you can't sign off easily when you're abroad, when you're, in Vietnam or whatever. But as soon as that ship gets back to an American port, 2 months from now, 3 months from now, 4 months from now, then you can sign off. After signing the Articles of Agreement, I go over to the deck table. The person who's handling deck department is the bosun. The bosun, by the way, is a shortened form of boatswain, which means lover of boats. But bosun is commonly spelled B-O-S-U-N, and he is the sergeant. He's a non-licensed. By the way, on these ships, you never use the word officer. On the Merchant Marine, you never use officer. You talk about licensed men. Licensed men are the captain, the mates, the engineers, and the radio operator. Those are the licensed men. The unlicensed men are the bosun, the steward, firemen, oilers, etc. These are unlicensed men. The unlicensed head of the deck department is the bosun, the equivalent of the sergeant in the Army, who's not an officer, but he's head of a group of men. And the bosun in this case is missing some digits, and he's also missing parts of fingers. And Bo whispers to me that behind his back, he says, we call him the Claw because of his hands. He said, but he's a really good guy. I've worked with him before. He's a good bosun and a good guy. And he seems like a really nice fella. And he tells me that I'm going to be on the 12 to 4 watch. and that Bo is also going to be on the 12 to 4 watch, and that the other AB is already in the forecastle. Forecastle is actually a shortened form of forecastle, which is the front part, the bow part of the ship. In the old days, it was below the bow that the men who work on the ship, deckhands, used to sleep. And so that still retained the name forecastle, even though everybody sleeps in what's called the house. The house on a victory ship is that raised area, at the very top of which is the wheelhouse and the bridge, and underneath you have the different decks in which people sleep and eat and live. On a victory ship, there are 3 hatches forward of the house and 2 hatches aft of the house, and 5 hatches. I am told I'm going to be on the 12 to 4 watch and will sleep in the 12 to 4 forecastle. So Bo helps take me there, and when we go in, the other AV on that watch is already in the forecastle, and he's a 60-year-old guy named George, and he's drunk and he's hungover. Turns out he's a really sweet guy, but he just is completely messed up at this point. He's had nothing but booze for the last few days in San Francisco, and he just doesn't feel like doing any work. You could just see it. He's hanging onto his head and moaning. At this point, he looks up and he sees Bo, whom he knows from previous ship, and he says, "Oh, we know each other, you know." And George says to me, the girls say, "Georgie, porgy, pudding and pie, kiss the girls and make them." And at this point, Bo says, "Pew." They're really great guys, both Bo and George. Bo takes me to get linen. We go to the steward, and he gives us 2 sheets and 2 pillowcases, a blue bed cover that they call the jack-off curtain, and a small box of laundry soap, 2 bars of soap, Palmolive, and 1 bar of lava soap. And you get this once a week, and you can change your own bedding at the time, and you wrap everything up and you take it to the steward, and they take care of it after that. So all of this, Bo is helping me kind of get adapted to all these little routines that happen on the ship. While we are doing this, the same guy I'd seen in the van, Ski, knocks on our door, and he says, "Okay, all hands on deck." All hands on deck. We understand what this means. Even I understand what this means. It means make sure you've got work clothes on and get out there on deck as soon as possible. So I do. I make sure that I have my work clothes on, the ones I bought at the Army-Navy store, my steel-tip shoes, my chambray shirt, my jeans. I go out on deck. We're going to batten hatches. In order to batten hatches, we start at the number 1 hatch up front. The longshoremen have finished loading everything. It's up to us to close the hatches, to batten the hatches. The way that this is done is the pontoons have been placed on top of the hatch, the heavy pontoons, and what we have to do is take this tarpaulin that fits over the hatch. There are 11 men in the deck department. There are 9 watchstanders. There are 3 watchstanders on each of the 3 watches. There's 2 ABs and an ordinary seaman on the 12 to 4 watch, on the 4 to 8 watch, and on the 8 to 12 watch. So you have 9 watchstanders. Aside from that, you have the bosun, and then you have 1 more man who's called deck maintenance man, but usually referred to as the day man. So you have 11 men working in the deck department. The day man, the bosun, and 9 watchstanders. These 11 of us get around, actually 10 of us usually is the bosun kind of directing. Take a piece of this tarpaulin so that it evenly covers the hatch. We put it in, and then we tuck it into the cleats. We put battens between the tarp and the cleats, and we have these wedges that we bang in so that the hatch is covered with the tarpaulin and securely battened in. And we go through every hatch, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, doing the same thing in each one. So we have now battened the hatches. It's a kind of a dance. You know, you move the tarp on one side, move it the other until it's all equally done. It's a very simple process. After that, we lower the booms. That is not such a simple process. I remember writing in my notebook, in my journal, that if battening hatches is a lovely dance, lowering booms is a sort of a modern dance with atonal music because it's really a difficult and dangerous job. Think about this for a second. Every hatch has 4 booms, and the 4 booms work in tandem so that you can lift cargo and lower it into the hatch. Once you're finished with that, each hatch has 4 booms that you have to lower into their cradle. On a Victory ship, it involved a lot of wire and a lot of moving parts, and a boom is an enormously heavy piece of equipment, weighs many tons, and if for some reason you lose control of it, it'll start waving and can very easily kill you. And the worst thing that you can do, Bo tells me right away, is watch where you step. You never step in a coiled line. Just be very careful where you step. If you see something that's coiled, you never step in it. Because what happens is that the wire constantly moves and can grab your leg and lift you up in the air if you're not watching. Remember that I had never done this before. I'm a newbie. What you have to do in order to get the hatch lowered is you have to first put it into a situation where it's even, where it's sort of above the cradle where you're going to lower it to, and you use the wires by moving left and right to get those booms above their cradle. And I'm watching this, and I don't know what's going on. Bo is constantly helping. He's sort of moving me where I can't hurt anything. Maynard, grab the schooner guy. The schooner guy is the guy between the 2 booms. That's the place where I can do the least damage in this situation. The inboard guy and the outboard guy are more dangerous. And so in order to move it just slightly over the cradle, guys are yelling, just move it a hair, a hair. Very common phrase on a ship. And you're constantly moving it slightly so that it's above the cradle, and then you start lowering it until the boom falls into the cradle. But guys are constantly yelling at one another, you want to cut my fucking head off? Hey, all of this yelling is going on. It's not like battening hatches, which was a very simple, general procedure. Lowering booms is a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming, and especially these guys are, they've just been 3 days ashore where they've been drinking constantly. They're either hungover, maybe even drunk, possibly. It's a very dangerous moment, but somehow it gets done. And all of the 20 booms, and there are 20 booms, get lowered into their cradles eventually, and then secured with a strap that you put over the boom. And finally, the booms are lowered, the hatches are battened, and you're ready for the next step. I realized at the end of the process of battening hatches and lowering booms is what a great shipmate Bo is. He's he's like Melville's Billy Budd. This guy will do anything for you. He'll help out every way he can. He's just an ideal shipmate. I like George too, except he's completely drunk and can't do anything at this point, but I realize he's a good guy as well. As the ship goes into the Pacific, we have now brought up the gangway, we've gone through the river, we've dropped off the pilot, because anytime you're in inland waters, you have a pilot, and the pilot boat comes out to pick up the pilot, and he gets off. And so gangway has been raised, we're moving west toward the Golden Gate, and I realize something. I'm on a ship, and it's heading toward a war zone. I'm in the Pacific, the Golden Gate gets farther and farther away, the lights of San Francisco get dimmer, and I've left the known world. I'm no longer the graduate student in the academic world. I'm no longer a freak living in Cave 7 among other freaks. I'm a deckhand working on an ammo ship, and we're heading toward a war zone, and I am thrilled.
Chapter 3. Maynard at Sea. With a new name, a new crew, and no clue what he's doing, Roberto begins the first of many voyages into the unknown.
I was thrilled when I realized I was on a ship heading west, but pretty soon I'm not so thrilled. I'm seasick. I'm throwing up, and I don't feel good at all. I can't eat anything but crackers, and guys are very sympathetic with me, but they're sort of laughing as well. And it's okay. But for the first 2 or 3 days, I am seasick. But by the third day, something has changed. I have my sea legs, and it feels great. And what especially feels great, more than anything, is taking a shower. When a ship is rolling and you've got bars on the side, like a Disneyland ride, taking a shower and on a rolling ship, it's just wonderful. And the thing you have to understand is that the showers on these ships, on any ship that I worked on, it's not like prison, it's not like gym class, it's not like the military. You have an individual stall that fits one person, and you take a shower in there. On this ship, I'm on the 12 to 4 watch, which means my official hours are from noon to 4 in the afternoon and from midnight to 4 in the morning. So you sleep in shifts because we're working overtime every day. It's not the ship owner that's paying for the overtime. It's Uncle Sam that's paying for the overtime. The ship is on charter to the U.S. That agency that handles is now called the Military Sea Lift Command. It's that branch of the military that handles the delivery of anything, whether it's ammo or material, to a war zone or to a situation where there's conflict. The owner of the ship has chartered the ship to the U.S. military, and therefore it's the military that says, take as much overtime as you want every day if you have to. So we're working overtime every day. That means that my regular hours are 12 to 4 in the afternoon and 12 to 4 early in the morning, but I also work from 8 to 11 in the morning and from 4 to 5 in the afternoon doing deck maintenance. Deck maintenance means chipping rust and painting, basically. Who are the others? Norv is the third mate. He's a guy in his 50s. He's a veteran of World War II, working on ships like this where they, ran dangerous missions. He was a 20-some-year-old at the time. Besides Paul and Bo that I've already mentioned, there's a guy called Booney, who's a black saloon messman. There's a guy named Manny, Tex-Mex wiper, who goes old-timers by deliberately not using shipboard language, and he sort of gets their goat by doing that. What is the language? The floor is a deck. The ceiling is the overhead. The wall is a bulkhead. Fore and aft, port and starboard, topside below. Finding lee means finding shelter from the wind. Turn to as you start working. Knock off, you stop working. Words you never hear on a ship, but I always see in crossword puzzles. Ahoy, never. Aye, aye, you never hear aye, aye. Officer, a word you never hear on a ship. What you do hear is captain, engineers, mates, radio operator. They're all licensed men. You never call them sir, and they're not officers. They're simply guys who have a license. That's the only difference between you and them. Another expression you hear a lot on ships, on the beach. On the beach means you're not working on a ship. And a beach could be Kansas. On the beach, you're in the Rockies. You're on the beach, which means you're not on a ship. So you're either on the beach or you're at sea. Those are the two things that a seaman can be. At sea normally means that you're befuddled, but for seamen, being at sea is where they feel most at home. So it's kind of upside-down language. A ship is a ship. You never refer to it as a boat. And it's a she or a her. When you want to find out how fast the ship is going, what's she making? It means how fast is she going? There's a lot of self-deprecating comments on a ship. Seamen are aware of the fact that they occupy, or at least at that time, occupied a kind of lower rung in the social ladder. And so there were a lot of self-deprecating comments that you'd hear over and over again. Like in the old days, we had wooden ships and iron men, and now it's the other way around. You go on the shore, first your money, then your honey, then you lose your shoes. A guy on the ship used to say, Any tiny thing needs fixing, get a sledgehammer and a 36-inch Stilson. These are the biggest pieces of equipment you can get to fix some tiny thing. It's a joke. Another thing that you would hear is, I tried to get a painting job ashore, but they said no seamen need apply. It's a self-deprecating comment about the quality of the work that you do on a ship, and that you just simply try to get the job done in any way at all. You're not trying to do a good job. You're just trying to get the damn thing done. Another thing that happens is guys get a job on a ship, and they stay there as long as they can. So the comment about that person is, he's just a boll weevil. He's looking for a home. He don't want to do no work. Another comment that you hear a lot in, the word Jody refers to the person who's having sex with your wife or girlfriend when you're away on a ship. And he says, my old lady was screwing some Jody and spending the allotment checks that I sent back home. Almost every guy on the ship had a pet phrase that he would use all the time. Hit him on the head, Jack. Or, ain't nothing to it but to do it. Or, looking to get my head in a good place. Or, ain't no light like daylight. They have this one phrase that they pick up and they use in every situation. Typical jokes. George, another line of George's was, I've been around so long I once worked on a CBS, a coal-burning submarine. He's so tough you couldn't hurt him with a fire axe. All these lines that you hear over and over again. There are a lot of superstitions on a ship. Someone Jonah'd the ship. That's an actual phrase that you hear. Somebody Jonah'd the ship, meaning Jonah and the whale. Somebody Jonah'd the ship, didn't pay his chippy. Chippy is a word for prostitute, often used on ships. That was the worst thing you could do, is not pay a sex worker. That was considered a way that you could curse what would happen on the ship. If there was bad weather, somebody would inevitably say, somebody Jonah'd the ship, didn't pay his chippy. Another one, red sky at morning, sailors take warning. Red sky at night, sailors delight. I don't know what science is behind that, but you'd hear that all the time. Seamen love dolphins. They're our friends, and they despise seagulls. In shipwreck, seagulls come and pick out your eyes, whereas dolphins, they're wonderful. They follow you, they smile at you, they're great. Whistling, you never whistle on a ship. That's a no-no. Common phrase is, only assholes and bosuns whistle on a ship. And there's an admiration for seamen who spend their money. That's a big thing. The idea of being miserly when ashore, terrible. That's the person you don't want to have anything to do with. On the 12 to 4 watch, midnight to 4 in the morning, you divide it up 3 ways. One is you're on the wheel. You're actually steering the ship. Even as an ordinary seaman, you're steering the ship. When you're out in the middle of the ocean, the ship is on automatic pilot, but you still have to be there. And you still have to watch to make sure that it's heading in the right direction. You're up in the wheelhouse, an hour and 20 minutes in the middle of the night between 12 and 4 a.m. Then another hour and 20 minutes you're on lookout on the bow by yourself. It's required by the insurance company that there always, during the hours of darkness, there has to be a person on the bow looking out to make sure that there are no lights. And the third thing, on the midnight to 4, an hour and 20 minutes, you're on standby, which means you're in the mess room. You make a fresh pot of coffee for any of the watchstanders. You have a book with you and you read, and you're standing by because there's a phone right there in case they need you for anything in a hurry. So an hour and 20 minutes on the wheel, an hour and 20 minutes on the bow doing lookout, an hour and 20 minutes standby in the mess room. 12 to 4 in the afternoon is different. You also have to do an hour and 20 minutes on the wheel, but the other 2 hours and 40 minutes are actually doing deck work. You're outside chipping rust or painting, souging. Souging is what they call swabbing. Swabbing is not a word that's used on merchant ships. So you're either souging, especially after leaving port. You have to souging because you want to make things ship-shape. You want to clean everything up. You want to throw out all the garbage that's usually left after having been in port. So the first day or two, You're just cleaning up. Then afterwards, you start with the chipping, rust, and painting process. So the daytime watch from noon to 4, hour and 20 minutes on the wheel, 2 hours and 40 minutes doing deck maintenance. Going aloft. An ordinary seaman is not required to go aloft, but I chose to do so because I like the idea of going aloft. An AB is required. An able seaman is required to go aloft. An ordinary is not. I chose to do so. In order to go aloft, you use a contraption called a bosun's chair. A bosun's chair is a piece of wood, thick wood, held together by lines that you sit in, and you're very secure. So you've probably seen people washing windows in large buildings sitting in a bosun's chair. You have a long line that you take up to the very top of a king post, and you tie it off. And then by pushing the line, you go down inch by inch on your bosun's chair, which is very secure. I love being aloft, especially when the weather is reasonably nice and you're just kind of rolling along and you're painting. It just, to me, it was heaven. Knots and splices. As far as knots are concerned, you may have learned lots of knots in the Boy Scouts, but we don't use that on a ship. There are only two kinds of knots we use. One is called a bowline, B-O-W-L-I-N-E, bowline, and the other one, a round turn and 2 half hitches. And those are used for everything. The other thing that you need to learn is splicing. You often do that because sometimes lines break and you need to put those lines back in order by splicing them. There's a lot of overtime, as I mentioned before, as Scola mentioned to me when I was in the Union Hall. There's unlimited overtime. Basically, you can work overtime 7 days a week. That's 28 hours a week. Plus, you get overtime automatically for Saturday and Sunday, 16 hours. Basically, you're doing 44 hours of overtime every week. And that's really where you're making money. The military organization that is paying for this at that time was called the Military Sea Transportation Service, or MSTS. Later changed its name to Military Sea Lift Command. They're responsible for the Department of Defense's ocean transport needs. And the MSTS chartered ships like the Northwestern Victory, which was owned by a company called Victory Carriers, which was owned by the Onassis family, chartered ships for X amount of time, and usually it would be for a year, servicing the Vietnam War. Pays for all expenses, including overtime. And another thing about the MSTS chartered ship is they were not subject to inspections from foreign governments. If the ship went to Vietnam, the Vietnamese government could not inspect us, nor could the Philippine government if we went there, or the Thai government when we went there. There were certain weekly routines on a ship. There was a little store called a slop chest, run by the steward. There was a place where you could get shaving cream, toothpaste, things of that nature, and some clothing as well, and you paid for it, or it came out of your pay later on, one way or the other. Once a week there would be an exchange of laundry, where you would take your sheets that you've been using for a week, and pillowcases, and towels, and hand towels, and you would exchange them for fresh ones, nice, clean. It came in a little package, as well as a small box of laundry soap that you could use for washing your own clothing, and 2 bars of regular soap, usually Palmolive, and 1 bar of lava soap, which for washing your hands. When I first came aboard, the Claw, the bosun, called me aside, and he said, "Maynard, do you have a knife?" And I said, "No." Then he said something which I heard hundreds of times later on during my career at sea, and it was the following. And then these are the exact words that the bosun told me, that the Claw told me. He said, "A sailor without a knife is like a whore without a." That line just kept repeating over and over again during my entire sea career. I said, "Well, I don't have a knife, bosun." And he said, "I have an extra one. I'll give you one." Every week on a ship, ever since the Titanic, they require a fire and boat drill. When you're at sea, when you're in the middle of the Pacific, you don't lower the lifeboats and go through the whole routine. But what you do is it's always after a coffee break. It's either at 10:20 or 3:20. The coffee breaks are always from a little before 10 o'clock until about 10:20, and a little before 3 until 20 after 3. So it's either at 3:20 or 10:20. And you're ready for it because they'll put a notice on the blackboard in the mess room and in the saloon that there's going to be a fire and boat drill. They usually put F and B drill, 3:20. So you have your life vest ready on and you have a cap. You're ready to go. And the fire alarm bell rings and you go to your station, to the fire station. And what you do is you roll out the hoses and the engine room gives you the stream of water that you need. And you run it over the side for a few seconds. And then you get the water out of the hose and you roll it back up again. And at this point, there's the abandoned ship signal, which is 7 short whistles, followed by 7 blasts on the general alarm bell. And what happens then, you go next to the lifeboat, and the mate who's in charge of your group will call out 12 to 4 ordinary. That would be me. And I tell him what I would do in case of an emergency. Or he'll call 12 to 4 firemen, and the 12 to 4 firemen will tell him what he would do in case of an emergency, where he would go. So there's that drill is required by the insurance. It's been happening ever since 1912 on every American ship. Meals, the nature of meals on the ship is probably still the same, but in any case, breakfast was from 7:30 to 8:30. Eggs any way you wanted them. There was always potatoes for breakfast. There was always some sort of cereal. There was always 2 or 3 meats. There would be ham and bacon and sausages. The articles of agreement that you sign when you first get on that says that the ship is required to give you biscuits, that doesn't apply. There was very, very lavish breakfast, lavish food in general, but as much as you wanted. Lunch would be 11:30 to 12:30. Usually people started coming in around 11:20. The messman would always serve the watch first, those who were about to go on watch at 12 to 4. Since I was on the 12 to 4 watch, if I came in for lunch, I would be served first, and the APs on my watch would be served first, and also the firemen and oiler who were on the 12 to 4 watch would be served first because we're about to go on watch. Supper was from 5 to 6. Almost always people would start coming in around 10 to 5. Usually by 5:30, everybody will have eaten. The meals, as I say, usually there were 3 meats. Lunch was often sandwich and soup. That was sort of the most common way to go through it. There was always a sandwich option for lunch. There was always a fresh soup. After dinner, they would always throw out the day soup. So each day it was a completely fresh soup that was made. But they were good, generally speaking, spicy often. There was fresh fruit when possible. The ships were limited to the kinds of fruits that they could bring in. Obviously, apples and oranges lasted longer than other kinds of fruits, but whenever possible, they would bring fresh fruit. This is an issue because for many hundreds of years, guys who worked on ships used to get scurvy until the British figured out that the reason was the lack of fresh fruit, fresh vegetables. The British started bringing in limes so that people could suck on limes in order to prevent scurvy, which is why British seamen are still to this day, or at least when I worked on there, were called limeys. There was a certain amount of etiquette on ships that you learn very quickly. If you have a forecastle, a room where you have 3 people living in a kind of a small space, you have to be kind of careful. Not throw your clothes around, not leave dirt around, not leave the sink dirty. If you wash your hands in the sink, you wash the sink afterwards to keep it clean. If you have anything that can mess up or stink up the room, you put it in your locker and not somewhere where people can see it or have to deal with it. There's a traditional thing about ships that goes back hundreds and hundreds of years and was still being used when I worked on ships, which is the bells. A single bell signifies a half hour past 12, 12:30, or 4:30 or 8:30. One bell, ding, and you hear it on the bridge. Ding. And then 2 bells was 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock, or 9 o'clock. 3 bells was 1:30, 5:30, or 9:30, and so forth, until you get to 4, 8, and 12 when you hear 8 bells. And that meant originally that it was time to change the watch. Of course, nowadays, people have their own watches, there are clocks everywhere, but they still, when I was working, kept up that tradition of ringing those bells. Coffee breaks were at 10 and 3. Usually, they would knock off a little bit before then at 5 to 10 or 5 to 3. The bosun would come around and say, "Okay, guys, coffee break." They actually had fresh coffee for you. Sometimes there'd be some cookies or whatever. The guys would talk, would chat. If there was a fire and boat drill, it would usually be on the board and you could see it there so that you knew to get ready for the fire and boat drill, or any other news that was being passed around that was important. Somebody would write it on the blackboard and you could see it when you came in for your coffee break. Fresh milk would run out a few days after leaving port, and you'd have canned milk that you could use for your coffee. The head of the SIU during those years was a guy named Paul Hall, Hall. He was a tough guy, and apparently the rumor was that he had had a sweetheart deal with whoever it was that provided the canned milk. So we in the SIU used to call it Paul Hall milk, the canned milk. There was a certain mess room etiquette. First of all, the steward department never ate in the mess room during the hours that everybody else ate. The steward department would eat whenever they could, sometimes standing up, sometimes in the galley. But the tables and chairs in the mess room were for the engine and the deck department. The order in general, as I said, was that the people who were going on watch would be served first. Generally speaking, there was a kind of repetitive week-by-week food process. For example, steak was Thursday and Sunday. Sometimes it'd be roast beef instead of steak, but it was always some major dinner on Thursday night and Sunday night. One of the most popular breakfast meals that people would have was called a schooner rigged. A schooner rigged is a stack of pancakes, fried eggs on top, and bacon on the side, the whole thing lathered with butter and syrup. That was a schooner rigged, and people actually ate that. I don't know how, but they did. We ate well. There was no lack of food, and it was usually pretty good. The third cook, after supper, would prepare what's called night lunch. He would have a tray of sliced meats, usually salami, bologna, sliced cheeses, put it in the refrigerator. Any time of day, there was always food available. As you headed west across the Pacific, you would retard the clocks. Every 3 days, you would have a clock change because you would go back an hour. Always what would happen in this situation is you would take 20 minutes per watch. You have 3 watches on the ship. And so you would retard your watch or lengthen your watch, depending on which direction you were heading, by 20 minutes, and that would apply to each of the 3 watches. When you hit the international date line, you would skip a day. You would go from Monday to Wednesday, and then on the way back, you would have 2 Tuesdays, the way it worked when you crossed the Pacific. Certain jobs were always called by the job that person had, like bosun. We would call them bosun or boats. If there was a carpenter on board, he would be called Chips. The radio operator was always called Sparks. Generally, the chief mate you would call Mr. Mate, but the other mates you would refer to as mate. The chief engineer you would call chief. The first assistant engineer was first. The second assistant was second. You would always call him that, third assistant engineer. "Hey, third, what are you doing?" The electrician would be electro. When you're talking with the captain, you call him skipper. Behind his back, you'd say the old man, but everybody knew that the captain was referred to as the old man. The steward was stew. The engine department is always referred to as the black gang because they were traditionally very sooty, covered with a kind of residue that comes from working in the engine room, so that's the black gang. I rarely went into the engine room, but there was a part that you would go into called the fiddly, which was the access to the engine room that was on the main deck. As you went in there, there would be an enormous amount of heat rising up from the engine room. So what we often did is if we washed our clothes, there was no dryer. There was a washing machine, but no dryer. We would take our wet clothes and put them into the fiddly, and they would dry in 10 minutes because of the heat rising up from the engine room. The fireman, especially on a Victory ship, his main job was to check the water gauge to make sure that if the water was too low, he could pump water in, and the too much water, he would slow down the feed pump. He would check the pressure gauge, the oil pressure gauge, make sure that it was in the 200 psi range. If it was too low or too high, he could change the tips on the burners, and these are the long metal rods inserted into the boilers. These are all aspects of a Victory ship. These ships no longer exist, but that was a very manual process that the firemen would go through. The oiler, every watch had a fireman and an oiler. The fireman's job was to sit in one chair and to look at these gauges for 4 hours. The oiler's job was to go around the ship, fore and aft, all around, to check if there are any gauges to make sure that everything was in the right range. When a ship is at sea, even on a Victory ship, there wasn't that much work. There was a certain amount of work that they had to do when they started their watch to make sure that everything was in the right range, but afterwards you could just kind of sit and watch the gauges. However, when you're coming into port or leaving port, there's an enormous amount of work for the engine room because you're constantly changing speeds and you're changing direction. So the main work that a fireman and oiler had to do was when you're coming in and out of port. Every watch had a fireman and an oiler. They were like us, an unlicensed personnel. But each watch also had an engineer, and he is a licensed man. Every watch had an engineer, a fireman, and an oiler. There was a person who worked at an entry-level job in the engine room and the engine department called a wiper. The wiper worked from 8 to 5, and he would do whatever the engineer and the fireman and the oiler wanted him to do. Often this had to do with the kinds of things that we did on deck, which is to say, chipping rust, painting, souging, that kind of thing. The steward department consisted of the steward, who was unlicensed, chief cook, third cook. The second cook and baker worked from 2 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the morning. He prepared all the baked goods, starting at 2 in the morning, all the desserts, and then he prepared the breakfast. He was the person in charge of making the schooner rigged and all these other things that people wanted for breakfast. He would clean up the galley after he finished, and by 10 o'clock in the morning, his day was done. The other people that worked in the steward department were the messmen. There was a messman for the crew. You look at the menu, you tell the messman what you want, he brings it to you. The same thing for the licensed men, which was on the deck directly above. The licensed men, which is to say the captain, the mates, and the engineers, had their messman, who was the saloon messman. The dining area for the licensed people was called the saloon. There was one more person in the steward department, was the BR, the bedroom steward. He would wash the decks of the licensed people. That was the steward department. On the 12 to 4 watch, the mate on my watch was a guy named Norv, who was in his 50s. He was a very interesting guy. I liked him a lot. He used to say things like, I'm a third mate because even though I have license, he could work as a chief mate. He says, I prefer to be a third mate. He says, it's less responsibility, less trouble. I just do my job. He was a guy who was just interested in getting along. Every once in a while, he was chatty with me. He would talk about his experiences in World War II. Merchant ships, it was a dangerous job during World War II. Some were attacked, some were sunk. There were guys that died as a result. And he worked as a mate on merchant ships during World War II, and he would every once in a while talk about it. In Asia, usually, in the Pacific. I never talked about my background. I never talked about having been to college or anything of the kind, but people like Norv got me in a way. They understood. Any conversation they would realize there was something different about me and compared to the other guys on the ship. And they would start conversations with me about serious stuff, about themselves, about their lives, about what they had lived. And they were interested in sharing all that information with me, and I enjoyed it. Norv was one of those, talking about the experiences he had during World War II. Even with working 4 hours overtime every day, there's plenty of free time on the ship. I mean, if you figure that you're actually working, let's say, 12 hours a day, and a lot of the time isn't working, you're sitting in the mess room on standby. I always had a book with me. I was always reading. Sometimes I had a journal with me that I was writing stuff. A lot of the times I would sit in the mess room and just write down the conversations that were going on among people. A lot of the stuff that I talk about now isn't from my memory so much as the fact that I kept a journal during those years, and I have access to it. I still have my journals that I can look at and kind of remind myself of things that happened, conversations. So I had books of poetry with me, and I decided to memorize poems. Part of that had to do with the fact that every night, every single night, I was on the bow by myself for an hour and 20 minutes. It's an hour and 20 minutes lasts a long time by yourself at night on the bow. I memorized a lot of poems, usually by William Butler Yeats or by Wallace Stevens, William Blake. So when I'd be on the bow by myself, I could repeat these poems. One time a guy heard me do this, and I said, well, that way I have good company if I'm reciting these poems. Every night there was a poker game in the mess room. We would take that bed cover, that kind of light blue bed cover, put it over one of the tables in the mess room, and we'd play poker for money, real money. They were table stakes, which means whatever amount of money you had in front of you, you could not dig into your pocket to get more. That was the amount that you could bet, the amount that you could lose, whatever was in front of you. Almost always it was 7-card stud, no wild cards. I often played poker on ships. I enjoyed doing it. I'm a very tight player. By the end of the trip, I usually would have won, $100 or $200. These ships were being run by the MSD, the Military Sea Transport Service. And they required these ships not to take the rum line, which is to say, not to go around and take the shortest way, but to go straight. And the reason was that we would get into warm weather right away. And they felt it was safer for these ships to get into warm weather immediately. By around the third or fourth day, we were already into warm weather, and a bunch of young guys would hang out on the poop deck and the fantail, either the poop deck or the fantail. The rear of a ship is called the fantail, the absolute rear of a ship. Back end is the fantail. And forward of the fantail, there's a structure, top of which is the poop deck. In other words, there's something that's blocking the view from the house to the fantail. You can't see from the house, from where people live or from the bridge, what's going on in the fantail. And so every night, there was a bunch of us, 5 or 6 of us, would take cots and we'd take them back to the fantail and we'd sit around and we'd listen to music and we would talk and we would smoke dope. We'd smoke grass, passing joints around. It was a very comfortable situation. The weather was warm. We laughed a lot. We told jokes. We told stories about ourselves, about the women in our lives, the places we had been. The guys who had worked on ships before this talked about the ports we were going to go to and what they expected to happen, the experiences they'd had in those ports. It was a very convivial kind of gathering of guys who were in their 20s, in our 20s, as we passed the joint around and listened to music and had conversation. And these were the guys that we knew that when we got to a port, we would go together with them. We would go, we would hang out together in the port. So that was the Fantail Club. It included a guy named Booney, who was the crew messman, Manny, who was also an ordinary seaman like me. This guy Paul, who I mentioned had been in the van with me and was a really sweet guy. It included Bo, who was an AB on my watch, but he was also a young guy. He had worked on ships for years, and so he was a veteran, but he was my age. And it included Ed, the third cook, who had given me the name Maynard when he saw my goatee, and the name stuck. So I included a lot of guys that sort of had similar experiences, similar life experiences. And we'd smoke weed and listen to music and chat. We would do our jobs and nobody bothered us. One thing I really want to talk about is racism, at least in the SIU. During those years, I did not work in the NMU. I understand the NMU was in a different kind of situation as far as racial makeup of the crews. During the course of my sea career, I worked with 100 guys in the SIU in the deck department. There was not one black person in the deck department in the SIU that I ever saw. There was a comment that you'd hear very often in the SIU, which is somebody would kind of pull you aside and say, you know what the NMU stands for, don't you? Say what? It says nigger, Mexicans, and other undesirables. That was a very common statement in the SIU. There was also a racist component in the way that meals were served. Most of the black seamen worked in the steward department, which is to say, as messmen often, crew messmen or saloon messmen, whereas the people who were sitting down and getting served were in the deck department and in the engine department, and these were almost always, the deck departments were always white, and the engine department were mostly white. So there was a situation where it was very likely that a black person would be serving a white person, but not the other way around in the SIU. And the NMU, by the way, was fully integrated at the same time. I worked in NMU ships as well. The very last ship I worked on was an NMU ship where the bosun was black. There's another thing. You can look this up. The winch drum on an SIU ship was called the head. Not making this up. Take a few turns around the head. And in fact, there was a patent application for a different kind of head. 1939. It's in the records. But that word, that phrase was used regularly on SIU ships. When I worked on NMU ships, it was called an Indian head. Take a few turns around the Indian head. But it was still insulting. Nowadays, you say it's either the winch drum or the bollard. There was a very racist component in the way people talked. Brits were limeys, and the French were frogs, and Scandinavians were squareheads. Very common expressions, very common words. There were a lot of sexist and demeaning comments all the time, like the one about the knife. When we're working the gear, it was very common, you know. I'd say, hey, move it just a here. Very common expression. Another thing, there was an unconscious homosexual banter that would happen on ship. Any sea pussy aboard, sea pussy was a common expression. Sea pussy was homosexuality at sea. Somebody that wasn't necessarily homosexual ashore, maybe at sea. Hey, can we play drop the soap in the shower? Very common expression. The Sopranos once did a story arc about a junior soprano, about Tony Soprano's uncle being demeaned because of oral sex with a woman, and that the same thing on ship. The older guys looked at that with disgust and talked about it. And there was a social gap on ship. Most of these guys had never gotten out of the 8th and 9th grade, and they looked at the younger guys with loathing. They were openly racist very often. There was no sympathy for the social changes taking place all around them. And there was no sympathy for the union that had gotten them good wages and great food and just a lot of good situation that paid in blood to get for these guys, identified with the ship owners much more than with their own union. I'll give you a perfect example of what these guys were like. We were battening a hatch, and we were pulling the tarp from one end to the other. And a guy named Ski yells out, "Hey, Maynard, you fucking beatnik, just pull more to your side." And then Bo corrected him and said, hey, listen, Ski, Maynard's not a beatnik. He's not a fucking beatnik. He's a fucking hippie. You could see that roll around in Ski's head. The word hippie. This is 1966, right? And he says, well, did you read about that there hippie gal? What killed her own baby, and then she cooked it. And she must have been all smoked up on LSD or something. The young guys are kind of looking at one another like, what the hell is this? Where'd you get that from? And, Bo says, he says, I read it in a newspaper. I got it at the market. Even the best of these guys had a need to maintain a macho posture. Like the Claw was really a good guy, a good bosun. One day he saw me standing by the rail looking out at the beauty of what was all around us. He comes up and he says, hey, Maynard, points to the beautiful scene. He says, this is right up your alley, isn't it? I said, yeah, okay. And then George came by, my watch partner, and he said, Maynard, he said, people pay thousands of dollars for this, and here they're paying us. Then he walks away. So there was a certain kind of recognition that we were in a beautiful place, that there was beauty to be seen and experienced, but not for them. They were too macho to acknowledge the fact that there was beauty all around them. There was this generation gap at the time between the older generation and the younger generation. A young guy like Bo was part of the younger generation. I remember one time I was reciting a poem, or at least the end of a poem, by Yeats, Muse for the Delphic Oracle. And the end of the poem is that nymphs and satyrs copulate in the foam. That's the line by Yeats. Nymphs and satyrs copulate in the foam. And Bo says to me, yeah, chippies and sailors, we've always had that connection. So he had misheard satyrs and thought I said sailors. Then I realized that his reading of the poem was entirely valid. There is that connection between sex workers and seamen, and they're the same social class, in a sense. And I respected Bo for having that take on the poem. One night, while I'm on the bow, the person who comes to relieve me on lookout is this guy, Paul. He starts telling me his story. He had been in the Jesuit seminary for years. Somehow, a relative of his got him his Z card, and he had seen it as a way to see the real world. Like, I think it's the Amish who allow their children to go out for a year and experience the real world, and he thought that this was an opportunity for him to do that. Since we felt a connection between us, obviously, that we were guys who were experiencing a world, who come from a very different world, and we were trying to experience the quote-unquote real world, or a different world at least. One day, we're in the middle of the Pacific, and the bosun asked Bo and me to go down. They were concerned about the movement of some of the boxes in the hold, which means we had to get down into the hold. There's a little hatch that you can go down, take a look, and see if all the wires and everything that's holding the cargo has gotten loose in any way. It's a typical thing that seamen do during the course of a trip. We go down there, and this is actually my first time that I see that we're carrying ammo. There are boxes of napalm. There are boxes of other kinds of ammo on the ship. In a sense, it's kind of a reality moment for me, a reality check. This is really what we're carrying. I could actually go up to it and touch it, the box itself. But it was a sobering moment. I did not have second thoughts about having done this. I felt okay about doing what I was doing. But it stopped me for a moment. It said, okay, this is ammo. This is going to be used in war. This is going to kill people. This is going to burn them. This is going to affect them.
Chapter 4: Bangkok, Subic, and the Edge of the World. From back alley bars to spiritual temples, Roberto plunges into the exotic and the absurd. The East opens like a fever dream, and not all awakenings are holy.
After more than 2 weeks at sea, crossing the Pacific, we see land, and we're going to go to our first port. We come up to Subic Bay in the Philippines, and there's a couple of U.S. military posts nearby. We drop the hook, we drop the anchor maybe a mile away from shore. While we're waiting for the launch to come and take us ashore, a bumboat comes to the stern of the ship, and some guys on the ship throw a ladder down, and a couple of ladies come aboard to have sex with the guys on the ship. Seamen generally called sex workers chippies, so there are a couple of chippies that come aboard, and they're going to use whatever empty room they can find, whatever empty forecastle they can find, in order to have sex with these ladies. And there's a lot of hubbub going on, and the captain finds out about it, and he comes and he kicks them off the ship, has them go down the ladder, get off, get that bumboat away from here. All of that is going on as we have dropped the anchor, after we dropped the anchor in a longboat. A few minutes later, maybe 20 minutes later, the launch comes up to the ship, to the gangway, and those of us who want to go ashore go down the gangway, get on the launch. It takes about 20 minutes for that launch to get ashore, and we're now at the small port that handles small boats like the launch of Olongapo, which is the town that is the main part of Subic Bay. It's not much of a town. It's actually entirely designed to service the military bases that are nearby. The main street is nothing but bars. There are dozens, perhaps 50 or 60 bars on either side of the main street as you go down. At the same time, there are a lot of jeepneys. Jeepneys are these very colorful taxi cabs. They're sometimes painted day-glow colors, and the guys who drive the jeepneys are standing in the back seat yelling at the soldiers or the seamen, like me, what they can offer, and they're yelling, "One girl, one boy, one sex show." And I was by myself. The other guys wanted to go ashore with me to join me, but I figured this is my first port, this is my first time in Asia. This is my introduction to that world, in a sense, and I wanted to be by myself. And I walked for about 20, 25 minutes, and I find a bar. I forget the name of it. Maybe it was called Hollywood or Broadway. It had those kinds of names, French Quarter, those kinds of American inducement kind of names. And I go inside one, and it's kind of dark inside. There's sort of a reddish light, and there are maybe a dozen tables, and there's a woman at each table, and each one is playing solitaire. Strikes me as very strange. There's a bar with booze. There's music going on. And the first thing I see as I look around, as my eyes get accustomed to this kind of reddish light, is a soldier who looks very hungover, and he's kind of shuffling, and he's with a woman, and they're kind of hugging. They're dancing in a way that they're almost holding each other up. They're kind of shuffling their feet. And all of a sudden I realize what it is that they're dancing to. They're dancing to Bob Dylan singing Gates of Eden. There are no kings inside the gates of Eden. And I'm thinking, our humanity has built great things, has done great artwork, has built great buildings, has developed all sorts of wonderful societies, and somehow here it is, just a hungover soldier and a sex worker trying to hold each other up and kind of shuffling their feet to Bob Dylan singing The Gates of Eden. Well, I go to one bar or another, and finally I guess it must have been about 9 or 10 o'clock that night. I've eaten something, I've had some beers. You're constantly being accosted by women who are offering themselves to you in this situation. And one of them seems kind of nice. So I say, okay, let's go. We arrange however money is going to change hands and whatever the situation is. I get with her into a jeepney, actually. We take a jeepney, and all of a sudden we're leaving Olongapo. I thought we'd stay in a different part of Olongapo, down the other side of the street, but no, we're going up the hill, kind of a snake-like route up the hill, to the point where we can still see Olongapo down below, but we're above, in a section that's full of shacks and kind of a very rugged, rough section. We stop, and I go with her to one of these shacks, and there's no key and there's no lock there. It's a little cord, a little piece of rope is holding the door shut. And she takes that out, and we go inside, and it's night already. It's dark. She's hungry, and she's got something wrapped in sort of wax paper, and she opens up the wax paper, and inside is some rice. But the first thing I see is this cockroach run out from the rice. She's very kind. She offers me some of it. I say, no, thank you. And we chat for a while, and she has some music that she plays there. She has a tape. Eventually do go to bed, and it's a very narrow bed. It's barely enough for one person, but the two of us get in there. And it is not a memorable situation at all. The whole thing seems really sleazy and crazy. And at the same time, I get very paranoid because I'm thinking all the time, what have I done? Where am I? I mean, I'm away from town. I'm by myself. Maybe she has a pimp or something who'll come in and cut my throat and take whatever money I have. All of that going through my head. But none of that happens. I never fall asleep. She falls asleep. I do not. So at about 1 or 2 in the morning, I kind of quietly put my clothes back on. And as I'm doing that, my clothes were on the floor. I see that there's a wallet on the floor, and it's not mine. It's a very thin wallet. And I pick it up and I look at it, and there's no money or anything in it except one thing. There's a military ID card in it. That's it. So I put it in my pocket, and I sneak out of her shack. I don't know where I am. I mean, I can sort of in the distance see the lights of Olongapo, but there is no road. And the first thing that I come to as I'm trying to get past this area is a rice paddy. I have flip-flops on, and my flip-flops are no good in the mud of the rice paddy. So I take them off, and I'm carrying my flip-flops, and I'm sloshing my way through this rice paddy. Eventually, maybe 5-10 minutes on the other side, I get to a road. And I start walking down the road. It takes me maybe an hour or two. There's no traffic at this time. It takes me an hour or two to get down to the edge of Olongapo, and I'm walking through Olongapo before dawn. I've got my flip-flops back on as soon as we hit paved roads. I walk all the way through the town, and the town's asleep at this point. By the time I get to the small port that handles the launch that's going to take me back to my ship, it's dawn already. As I'm waiting there for the first launch, there's some kids, maybe 8, 10, 12-year-old kids, running around. And they come up to me and they start kind of tapping on me as if they were playing a game, but I realize that what they want to do is steal my wallet. What I do is I put my hand on my own wallet, and they steal the wallet that I had taken from the woman's shack, the one that belongs to a soldier at the nearby post. They take that wallet, and happily they run away. They've got themselves a wallet, and about 20 or 30 feet away, they realize they've got nothing of any value. And they kind of look back at me like, what did you do to us? At this point, I catch the launch back to the ship, and we're ready to head off to the next port, which is going to be our first big port, Bangkok. It takes us 2 days to get from Olongapo to Bangkok, and then we get to the Chao Phraya River, and we head up the river as we head toward this wonderful city of Bangkok that I've read about, heard about. As we're going up the river, we do a whole bunch of jobs that I've never done before. Since you're going to work with cargo, you slush the wire lines, have to be slushed, slush is a goo, black goo that you dip your hands into and then go over the wire piece by piece in order to make sure that they run smoothly through the blocks and the tackle. It turns out that it's something that I had read in Moby Dick, but it's actually an enjoyable job in a sense that it feels like it's something real. You're actually helping the functioning of the ship in some way. You cannot use gloves because you're going to destroy these gloves, and they're expensive. You have to buy them in the slop chest if you ruin a pair of gloves by slushing with them. The problem with slushing is the little tiny bits of metal that embed themselves in your hands and fingers if you're not careful. So you can't rub it in a certain way. You have to sort of squeeze it and then move to the next part and squeeze it again. and move to the next part and squeeze it again. You're also prepping all the mooring lines, and there's a way of prepping the mooring lines when you're going to tie up to a dock. What you do is you have a huge mooring line, and you have the eye of the mooring line. You put it through the chuck, which is this hole on the side of the ship. Put it through that hole, and then you pull it back up so that the eye is now facing you. You take a heaving line, which is a line about the size of your thumb, and you tie it around the eye of the mooring line. You always use a bowline knot. On the other end, it's about 100-foot line, the heaving line. At the other end is a monkey fist. A monkey fist is about a baseball-sized globe made of line itself, but it's heavy. And what happens is that when you get close enough, the way that you tie up is you've got the eye of the heaving line, which is now pulled through the chuck and above, facing the deck. And when you get close enough, you toss, as far as you can, the part of the heaving line that's got the monkey fist at the end. You're tossing it toward the longshoremen that are at the dock. If you don't quite make it, it's okay. They usually have very long poles. They can pull it in, and they pull in the heaving line. And then by continuing to pull on the heaving line, they're going to pull in the eye of the mooring line. And they pull it in through the water, and they put the eye around the bollard that's on the deck. The bollard is this huge mushroom-like metal thing at the dock. As you get close, you do the same thing with the lines back aft and forward so that they have mooring lines that are tied up to the bollards at the dock. That's the process by which you tie up to a dock. Sometimes, as in this case in Bangkok, you also have a tugboat, which is helping kind of push you closer and closer as well. A port in Bangkok is a protected port in terms of tides, in terms of movement of the sea. It's not an open port. It's way upriver, and therefore you're kind of pretty safe just with the mooring lines. You also drop anchor, in generally speaking, in that situation. You drop the hook. So you have the hook, and you have the mooring lines, and you're tied up to the port in Bangkok. We are now in a major port, Bangkok. One of my favorite pieces of writing by Joseph Conrad is a short novel called Youth. It's actually a long short story, Y-O-U-T-H, Youth. It's this character Marlowe talking about his first ship. The ship is scheduled to go to Bangkok. As it turns out, in Youth, the ship never reaches Bangkok because there's a fire. But here we are in Bangkok. And I'm remembering Joseph Conrad's description of this young seaman, imagining what it's going to be like to be in Bangkok. And here we are. I go ashore with my two fantail buddies, Booney, who's the saloon messman, and Manny, who's a wiper, who works in the engine room. We hire a car, and in Bangkok, when you get right out the port, there's a notorious bar called the Mosquito Bar. 90% of the older seamen immediately go to the Mosquito Bar. There are sex workers there. The sex workers have their places nearby, and you don't have to leave the area of the port to get drunk and to get laid. It's all right there for the older seamen. Manny and Booney and I want to see Bangkok. We want to get into this great city. We hire a taxi for the night, and this taxi is going to take us to wherever we want to go. We get far away from the Mosquito Bar as we can. We ask about a place to go to eat, and we go to a place called, I'm not making this up, Nick's #1 Hungarian Inn. What they had done is take this old house, which is built on stilts. Many of the houses there are built on stilts in order to prevent flooding, in order to prevent damage from flooding. Each room in this house was part of this restaurant. The whole scene was delightful. It was exotic. The food was wonderful. Everything about it was memorable, and we had a great time. From there, the taxi took us to see Thai boxing, which was amazing. To go to an indoor boxing stadium where the whole crowd is involved and people are keeping the rhythm of the boxing with drums and there's bets going on and money flowing from one to the other, and it's hot and humid, and there's yelling, constant yelling. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before or felt before. From there, the taxi took us to the Hotel Oriental. The Hotel Oriental is the classiest old hotel in Bangkok. On the wall, they have photographs of Graham Greene and Somerset Maugham and all these other people that had visited there in past years. I think we had drinks there. We weren't going to stay there, obviously. As we go out of the Hotel Oriental, we're looking for a massage parlor, which we'd heard about, the notorious massage parlors of Bangkok. We see a sign that says, massage parlor, and underneath it says, no, really, just massage. We realize we're looking not for that place, but someplace that is something other than just massage. And we find one. So there's this, certain amount of sexual healing that we all wanted after weeks at sea. The whole thing was being in another world, being in an alien world. That night, Manny and Booney go back to the ship to spend the night on the ship, but I decided to stay by myself. I find a small hotel. It wasn't expensive. I think it had air conditioning, though. I think I paid $6 for the night. And I stayed in that hotel. And in the morning, I went walking by myself, which I love to do, to explore Bangkok on foot. There was a lot of construction going on already in 1966. Bangkok was already taking advantage of the fact that the war was a lot of money that was flowing into Southeast Asia was also flowing into Bangkok as a result of the war. High-rises were being built, which was really an amazing sight because the scaffolding on these high-rises was made of bamboo. And sometimes they go up 10, 12 floors of bamboo. A lot of the people who were working were young women. You could see that they were 18, 19-year-old women who were so agile in the way that they managed this bamboo scaffolding. I still have images of Bangkok in 1966. It still had that feel and the look and the smell of Kipling's poetry, of the way to Mandalay. It wasn't Mandalay. Mandalay is what was called Burma, but it had that old Southeast Asia feel to it still. The experience I'll never forget was the following. I'm walking along, and there's a bridge over a klong. A klong is a canal. A lot of these canals were eventually paved over to make room for the traffic, which was beginning to grow as a result of the money coming into Bangkok. But at this time, it still had klongs. It still had canals. And there was a small bridge over one of these klongs. And underneath the bridge, there was an old man with a wispy white beard. I was 25 years old. And he had in front of him little clay figures, which looked like Buddhas, I thought, anyway. And he was selling them. And we sort of, through hand language, managed to make a deal about buying. I bought a dozen to take back to my friends. He's got little paper that he can wrap them in. But before he wraps each one, he grabs one, he takes a look at it, puts it to his lips, and then puts it in the paper and wraps it. And he does that with each one. And then he gives me the whole thing inside of a plastic bag. And I feel that I've been blessed by this old man. That was my day in Bangkok. The very last night that we're in Bangkok, George, my watch partner, George, the 50-some-year-old who had been drunk the very day that I joined the ship, he's a sweetheart of a guy. Come on, Maynard, come on, you got to go to the mosquito bar. You can't leave Bangkok without going to the mosquito bar. You got to see the mosquito bar. Okay, George. So I went with George over to the mosquito bar, and there's sex workers hanging out. George hooks up with one of the sex workers, and I say, God bless you, George. I'll see you later on back at the forecastle. And I walk back. It's right at the edge of the port, the mosquito bar, and the little huts where these women live. And so I'm walking back toward the ship, and I hear something behind me or feel something behind me, and I look, and there's 3 guys following me, 3 local guys following me. I'm feeling tough. I've been working as a deckhand. I'm feeling tough. And I think they're after me. I'm no longer this nice Jewish boy. I'm Maynard, the tough sailor. I turn around and I say, "You guys want a piece of me? Here I am." They kind of look at me and they back off. I said, "Wow, man, I did it." And I turn around and I see that there are port cops running toward me, that it was the port cops that had scared them, not me. But at least somebody scared them off. As we're leaving Bangkok, as we're going through the river, actually, we're cleaning up. Every time you leave a port, and there's a lot of garbage aboard, there's a lot of stuff that's left as a result of loading and unloading cargo. A lot of people have been aboard who are locals for one reason or another. There's a lot of garbage. And you don't throw it out in the river, but when you get out into the open water, you start throwing all this stuff out. I begin to realize, in fact, that that's the nature of ships, is to throw out a lot of garbage, at least at that time. Maybe it's changed now. A lot of the garbage that is in the oceans, thousands and thousands of ships that throw out tons and tons and tons of garbage, and we were part of that. Everything that needs to be thrown out gets thrown out over the side. You also, as you go down the river, you bring in the mooring lines. If you're going to go to another port soon, you don't stow them in the lazarette. Certain things you stow and certain things you leave on deck that you can leave on deck if you're going to go to another port soon. Nowadays, I think they've got different rules and laws and regulations about the things that can be thrown out of a ship. At that time, there was no regulation. As soon as you got outside of the 12-mile limit of a country, we would throw out empty paint cans, whatever garbage we had. As we were leaving Bangkok, I was thinking about the mosquito bar where George had wanted me to see. And I was thinking about the fact that a place like that, a bar that has booze and that has sex workers, is a place that I would see over and over again during my years at sea, wherever it was, whether it was Valparaiso, Chile, whether it was Durban, South Africa, whether it was Palermo, Sicily, wherever it was, every place in the world, right outside a port area, has a bar or lots of bars where there's booze and there are women. And they have a numbing similarity, all of these places. And the only thing that varies from one to the other is the women's language and the skin color. But everything else just appears almost the same. The same booze, the same interaction with the women. That's a universal fact.
Chapter 5: Disneyland for the Weird. A stormy arrival in Vietnam unspools into a psychedelic tour of some of the country's strangest shadows.
So we've left Bangkok, we're in the South China Sea, and we're heading to Vietnam, finally. Our ship, the Northwestern Victory, carrying ammo, was approaching the dock in Da Nang. At that time, they were building a much more protected dock. But the one that we had in 1966, although it was inside of a river, it was still very much affected by whatever would happen in the South China Sea. And sometimes there are extreme ravages in the South China Sea, as we know, tsunamis and other situations like that. What happened also is that we were going to stay in Da Nang at least a few days so that watches were broken. What that means is that we go on regular 8 to 5 rather than be on 12 to 4 in the morning, 12 to 4 at night. We're working regular hours from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon and sleeping regular hours. When we see actually our first port, and as we see the really beautiful green coastline, I'm a smart ass, and I read lots of books. So on the messroom blackboard, I write the following quotation from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. "Death is before me today, as the odor of lotus flowers, as when one sitteth on the shore of drunkenness." And I leave that there, and then I go take a shower, and I'm getting ready to go ashore in Da Nang, and I come back, And I see, and I'm sure it was Ed, the third cook, that did this. Somebody had edited what I'd written on that board, and it now says, "Before me today, drunkenness." It was a wonderful rewrite. It was the best rewrite I think I've ever had. A bunch of us are now going ashore in Da Nang. We've dropped the hook. We're going to go ashore eventually. We're going to tie up in Da Nang, but the first going there, the first time that we go into Da Nang, we've dropped the hook and we take the launch ashore. The next day, actually, we went ashore and tied up, but the first time we take the launch in. I get off the launch in Da Nang, and one of the things you need to understand is that the Vietnam that I saw as a merchant seaman in 1966 was very different from the Vietnam that soldiers experienced. Most soldiers that are in the front line and that are actually fighting the war. The soldiers are facing a great deal of risk, obviously. Many, many died, many were injured. That's not true of seamen. Basically, what seamen are facing is booze and saunas and massage parlors, and we had no discipline at all with our superiors. We can tell the bosun or even the captain to go screw himself and suffer no consequences. We are not military as merchant seamen. It's important to know that. There was little risk for us in the zone unless we chose to take a risk of some kind. And there were a whole lot of Heart of Darkness recreations available to us. My feeling about Vietnam, as I experienced it was a surreal, grotesque amusement park. I wrote of it in my notebook as Disneyland for the weird. The first thing you would see as the launch came to the port were kids surfing on styrofoam, on what looked like styrofoam surfboards. But what they were, I realized looking closely, were the styrofoam pieces that were on our ship to protect the bombs from one another, to cushion the bombs during the trip across. So they were using the styrofoam bomb protectors as surfboards, which itself is kind of a crazy idea. As you get ashore, endless amount of hustlers, people yelling at you, trying to get money from you, trying to sell you things. One of the ways that they would try to appeal to you is saying, "America #1, Russia #10. There was this overwhelming smell of frying fish oil, of kerosene, urine, cheap perfume, rain, tropical rain, lush vegetation. There was an overwhelming sense of poverty and desperation everywhere. Da Nang already had a good many bombed and crumbling buildings as a result of the war. Sex workers of all ages, from alleyways and from doorways beckoning you. People selling back scratchers. That was a very popular item, back scratchers. Filigreed fans, those are fans that open up and have filigree inside. Sexual potency powders, that was another very popular thing that they were selling. The women, most of them had red mouths from having chewed betel nut. Betel nut is a kind of a mild narcotic that you chew, and it turns your mouth red, your lips and your tongue. Any time that there was a deformed child, the mother would carry that deformed child on the street begging for pennies. There were blind people, people with missing limbs. The whole thing was both repulsive and enormously attractive for me. It was a scene that I could never have imagined. I realize now that I had been to 3 very different places. Olongapo was a very sleazy place that catered to the military base and to whatever ship came around. Bangkok was a real city and still had some vestiges of the old Southeast Asia about it. And now Da Nang was a city as well, but it was right in the middle of the war with whatever kind of horrible and strange things happened as a result of being in the middle of a war. As I go ashore, all of a sudden I see the Claw, our bosun, and George come up to me. And each one grabs me by an arm and they say, "Maynard, you're going to come with us." What could I do? The Claw and George, both older guys, both sweet guys, they want to show me their Da Nang. Where they take me is the NCO club. The NCO club is where sergeants in the military go for beer, for snacks, but merchant seamen can also go there. George and the Claw start drinking heavily. I'm not a heavy drinker. I can nurse a beer for hours, but I have something else in mind, and once the Claw and George get pretty drunk, it's getting dark outside by this time, I kind of ease my way out of there. I say I'm going to the head, I'm going to the toilet, and then I disappear, and I get out of the NCO club. Look, I'd read Graham Greene's The Quiet American. I knew about opium. I knew that that's what I wanted to experience in Da Nang, just like Graham Greene had written about it. So I go out of the NCO club, and there are a bunch of Siklos there. Siklos they're like rickshaws, but they're bicycle rickshaws is what they are. And there's room for one, maybe two skinny people to sit in the back. There's maybe a dozen of these Siklo drivers standing around waiting for business from people that are coming out from the NCO club. What I do is I use my hands to mimic smoking a long pipe. I put one hand out and I put another one to my mouth, and I'm sucking in air, and I'm saying, "Opine, opine, opine," and one of the Siklo drivers waves at me, and he says, "Come on, sit down." So I sit in there, and he starts driving, and we get out of the center of Da Nang, and all of a sudden we're getting into a residential area. I see people in black pajamas, and I'm wondering, am I in enemy territory here? What's going on? But we're going through this kind of worn streets, left and right, and very narrow streets, very small houses, and there's no way in the world I could ever find my way out of this. Finally, we stop at a place, and he points to a door. He says, that one. And I signal him to wait for me. Please, don't go away. Just wait for me. He understands. He gets my message. He agrees, and he's waiting for me. I go up to a door, and I knock on the door, and there's an elderly man, and again I make that opine, opine signal, and he waves me into the house, and it's just a regular house, small house. As I go in, there's kind of a raised platform, and on that platform there's a tatami mat, actually a couple of tatami mats. He kind of signals me to get on top of those tatami mats. I climb up there about 4 feet up. I sit down on the tatami mats. I'm kind of in a, lotus position almost, sitting on the tatami mat. And another person comes in, and he's also elderly. He brings in this equipment, and the equipment is his gasoline lantern and a big pipe. And he's got a little tray with pellets. The pellets about the size of marble, but they're dark brown. And he's got what looks like a pickup stick. This is all very slow, by the way. This is all very deliberate. There's no rushing going on here. I'm the only customer in this place. Nobody's in any hurry. There's a woman there that obviously the wife is also there, and she's kind of smiling at me, and she's preparing a pot of tea. The preparer, let's call him the preparer, who had just brought in all this equipment, sits opposite me on the tatami mats. He lights the gasoline lantern and takes the pickup stick and stabs one of these pellets, one of these marble-sized brown pellets. And then he takes it and he puts it over the gasoline lantern until that pellet becomes distended. It starts hissing. It becomes gummy and soft. And then he takes this beautiful long pipe with kind of a carved head on it. The bowl of it is carved beautifully, and that maybe even has some inlay on it. And he takes that distended, gummy pellet of opium, and he stabs it into the hole, to the narrow, small hole of the pipe. And then he puts the pipe upside down over the gasoline lantern, and he signals me to puff in, to take an in-breath, which I do. But apparently it was not a strong enough in-breath. And they're signaling me, like, take a deep breath. I understand their gestures. Nobody speaks English, obviously, but they're kind of signaling me that I should take a deep breath. And I take a deep breath. And I can feel the opium getting inside me, the opium smoke. We take our time. We do another pellet and another pellet. Maybe I'm there for an hour. One pellet after another, maybe half a dozen pellets of opium. I am very stoned, but it's stoned in a particular way that I've never been stoned. I had taken a lot of drugs by this time. I'd taken an enormous amount of acid. I'd taken psilocybin. I'd smoked a lot of dope, but I'd never been in the place quite where opium takes you. It was a good feeling. It was a feeling of not just no pain, but no memory of pain, no sense of anything bothering me. I was in a really fine space. And at this point, Mama-san, the wife of Papa-san, who owns the place, brings in a cup of tea and some cookies, some plain cookies. It reminded me of my great aunts in Washington when I was a kid. We'd go visit my great aunt Sarah and my great aunt Ida, and they would bring cookies and we'd have tea with them. And this woman had that same feeling, that same aspect of my great aunt. It was wonderful. I've lost all sense of time. I pay the amount. It wasn't exorbitant or anything. It was a very fair price. I don't remember what I paid. I go outside, and the cyclo driver is still there. He's happily waiting for me. And it was a good thing, because there's no way in the world I could have found my way out of there. I get in the back of the cyclo, and he's driving me through this warren of houses. It's night. The lights have a kind of a glow to them, and I feel like I'm on top of the world. I feel that this is the best feeling I've ever had, that nothing can hurt me, and nothing can bother me. It was a wonderful space that I was in. And as we get back into the main part of Da Nang, I tell him, restaurant. And he takes me to a restaurant. It was a French restaurant, or a French-themed restaurant, left over from the days when Vietnam was part of the French Empire. I remember very well, I had a really wonderful meal. They had fresh baguettes. The first time I had chocolate yogurt, it was wonderful. Finally, after all that, I remember taking another cyclo back to the ship. And I went back to the ship and I slept wonderfully that night. That was my first opium experience, and it was perfect. After a couple of days in Da Nang, and yes, eventually I did go to massage parlors there. I wanted to live this experience to the full. The massage parlors obviously were places of sexual healing. If there were young girls there, that was not for me. That was a bridge too far for me. I would not deal with that. But I had the feeling that a lot of these girls were being sold by their families into this kind of slavery to deal in the massage parlors. I have no proof of that, but it felt bad. It felt sleazy. It felt also that it was the kind of thing that happens in a war situation where you do anything to survive, both economically and physically. I went back to the ship, and I was sleeping, and we weren't on the regular 12 to 4 watch, as I mentioned. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, I feel something shaking, and everybody has woken up. We're all hands on deck. And what has happened is that there was a terrible storm that hit at that point. I don't know if it was a tsunami, but it was a very powerful storm in the South China Sea. Even though the ship was tied up at the dock, it started rolling from side to side, and the chafing of the rolling broke one of the huge mooring lines forward. They woke all of us up to get up, and we had to pull another mooring line out of the lazarette to tie it up at the dock, and the longshoremen were there waiting for us to get that line over there. And while that was going on, there were all 10 or 11 of us trying to do this. With the rain coming down, pelting down on us, it was a big storm. While this is going on, we get another emergency that a line back aft has chafed and broken, and so after finishing pulling out one line forward, we have to run back to the lazarette, pull another line out, get it back aft, and we're trying to get that one on, when all of a sudden the captain is there too, and he's desperate because as the ship had pulled out from side to side, the gangway fell below the pier, and so when the ship shifted back toward the dock, it was smashing the gangway against the pier. That gangway is an expensive piece of equipment, so we were told to run up to the gangway and winch up the gangway so that it wouldn't be subject to getting destroyed. So all of this is happening at the same time. longshoremen took off all the lines. We rolled them up into the ship, left them on deck, and the ship went about a mile out and dropped the anchor. And it was still a heavy storm. It was still pelting rain on us. Everything was shaking. For the next 12 hours, it was that kind of storm. We couldn't eat and we couldn't sleep. And we were like a cork in the middle of the ocean because we dropped the anchor, but it didn't help the movement of the ship, which was going in all directions. I went up to the bridge at that point, and the captain was looking out toward the storm, and he kept saying, "The sea's against me. The fucking sea is against me." As if he took this whole situation personally.
Chapter 6. The Search for George. In a war-built town of makeshift bars, friendships are tested, a shipmate disappears, and Roberto embarks on a quest with unexpected revelations.
After a couple of days in Penang, we went to Cam Ranh Bay. Cam Ranh Bay was one of the most secure places in Vietnam for American soldiers. There were American bases there. There was also a South Korean base there. So it was a very protected area. The town of Cam Ranh at some point must have been a quiet fishing village, but by the time I got there, it had already kind of sprouted and become a place for servicing the soldiers that were nearby, as well as all the ships that were coming in, bringing in material, like our ship. My 60-year-old watch partner, George, was very funny. George was always a very funny guy. I loved him. Forecastle mate and watch partner George. When we wake each other up, for whatever reason, we usually say it's 6:20 in the morning or it's 11:20 at night. The wind is blowing in a northwesterly direction. We're on the hook. Just give basic information. I would give a whole lot of other information. I would say, like, it's August 29th, 1966, and I would go on with a whole lot of other information. And one time, George rubbed his eyes and looked at me and said, "What year is it?" He's that kind of a guy. Anyway, when we're in Cam Ranh, we're on the hook. We've dropped the hook. In other words, we have to take a launch to go ashore. And I see, when I'm on watch, I see a guy swimming away from the ship, a Vietnamese guy. I tell the mate on watch, and then he tells the captain, and he in turn calls the military. They decide that we're going to evacuate the ship. They get all of us. They bring an LST, which is an amphibious World War II type vehicle. It can go in the water and it can go on land. We go down the gangway down to this LST, all of us on the ship. They take us ashore, and we wait while frogmen come out and inspect the hull of the ship to see if anybody placed a limpet bomb there. Apparently, it wouldn't have been the first time. Somebody swimming was a dangerous sign, maybe a limpet bomb. So the frogmen search. After a couple hours of this, they give us the signal, it's all clear, it's safe to go back on the ship. They put us on the LST. The LST goes back to the ship, and we all got on board again. But it gives me that sense that we're in a dangerous place, and that even though we are seamen and we're not soldiers, even though we're not being shot at, that something can happen, that we're vulnerable on some level to what's happening in this war. While we're in Cam Ranh, every day we're free to go ashore. What we do is we pay $1 a day, each one of us in the deck department pays $1 a day so that we can have the local workers do our job for us. And according to the chief mate, they do a much better job than we do. So they're very happy to have a local Vietnamese do this. Cam Ranh at this point had built maybe 100 little shacks. And how were they built is very interesting. They had taken all of the beer cans and Coke cans and soda cans that we had brought as ships, as part of cargo. They'd taken all of those, crimped them together, mashed them together, and then created a kind of a wavy crimp, and then put all of those together to make large pieces, which then were put together and made shacks out of. When those shacks were made, they weren't very big. They were the size maybe 12 feet by 12 feet. They would leave a space between the roof and the upper parts so that air could come in and out. And these were the jerry-built houses that they had built, not just for living or for sleeping, but also for businesses. These were like bars and cases, massage parlors. I don't know what Camran had been in the past. Maybe it had been a sleepy fishing village. But by October 1966, it had become a very scuzzy beer and massage parlor bazaar servicing the U.S. military and ship crews like ours. Every day I go to one of these places, and I'm sitting outside because they had some makeshift chairs that they had also gotten somehow. And I'm sitting outside nursing a beer with a book, my daily routine in Camran. The feeling I have is that Camran is sort of on its way to becoming what Olongapo was. It's at the cocoon stage of becoming a booze and sex purveyor for the U.S. military and for ships. The book that I carry with me every day is a book of poetry, almost always, through 6 centuries of English poetry, from Anonymous to Dylan Thomas, and I read it every day. One day, Paul, my shipmate who had been in a seminary, he shows up and he starts confessing his story. He tells me, he needs to tell someone, I suppose. I'm his confessor, his brother confessor. He tells me that when we were in Bangkok, he had sex for the first time in his life. He goes into a very detailed description of the process. He says he was in a small hotel, and when he checked in, the manager at the hotel or the clerk at the hotel told us something he didn't quite understand. Maybe he said it in English, but he didn't understand what it was. And he goes up to his room, and all of a sudden there's a knock at the door. He opens the door, and it's a young woman, and she says something to him. And he didn't quite understand what she's saying, but she wants to come in. Paul's not quite sure what's going on, but he lets her in. He sort of gestures to her that make herself comfortable, and he goes into the bathroom, and when he comes out, she is naked, and she's on the bed, and the way that Paul described it is that her face was down on the pillow, her knees were down, and her rear end, her ass was up in the air. The way Paul said it was, her posture was so vulnerable, I think it meant to show that I was in charge, that I was the man in charge of this situation. Paul tells me that he didn't have the heart to send her away, but he said that he felt that he had regressed to the animal stage. And what he says is he performed the reproductive duty of the male primate. And I'm thinking, wow, And then he said, we're here in Vietnam where humanity is doing itself in, where there is a struggle to the death on both sides. I realized all of a sudden that we're human beings. I'm a human being, and I can do unreasonable, impulsive stuff too. And I'm thinking, yeah, he's right. He said he felt so guilty about it that what he did was, the day before, 2 days before, he had taken a launch across the other side of the lake where we were, and he had gone to the other side, and he had gone to a real village, a small village that apparently had no direct connection to the war, was not servicing soldiers or merchant seamen. It was a real village, sort of a village as it would have been prior to the war. Paul says he spent a day there with those people, and he said he really liked it. He felt he was in the real Vietnam. He said they too have suffered. They too have suffered from the war here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stay here in Vietnam and help those people. And that, I realize, is my calling. That I realize is what I'm meant to do in this world, is to stay here and help those people heal from whatever damages they've suffered from this war. And I said, well, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to jump ship, and I'm going to stay here. I said, Paul, you sure you want to do this? It could be dangerous jumping ship and staying here. He says, well, look, I'm going to ask the old man if I can get off by mutual consent. If you take a look at the articles of agreement that we signed when we came aboard, it says that we are allowed to get off by mutual consent. It gives us that possibility. And if the captain doesn't allow me to get off by mutual consent, well, then I'm going to jump ship. I said, oh, okay, Paul, if that's, it sounds dangerous to me, but if that's what you want, go ahead and do it. A couple of days go by, and like every other day, I'm sitting with my book of poems at that little bar in Cambran Village, and the chief mate approaches me. And I'd never had any direct contact with the chief mate until this point. Just so you get the sense of it, the chief mate is the licensed man. He's a licensed man. In other words, what you would call an officer. Officer, not a word we use, but he was a licensed man in charge of what happens on deck. So he's second in command to the captain. He's approaching me, and you'll never see a person like that come ashore in one of these sleazy villages. But the chief mate is approaching me. And he knows my name. He says, Maynard, I want to talk to you for a second. You sit down, mate. Orders a beer. He realizes that it's a warm beer. He makes a comment, but he understands. And he says, Maynard, we need your help. A shipmate of yours has been missing for a couple of days. And I'm thinking, wow, Paul's gone and done it. And he says, your shipmate, George, your watch partner. I said, what? George? My 60-year-old watch partner has been missing? He said, that's right. Yeah. He says, look, let me give you $100. That'll cover your expenses. Take all the time you need. It's going to take a couple of days. But I want you to find George, and I want you to bring him back to the ship. And I say, okay, mate, but why me? And he said, well, I talked to the mate on your watch, North. And he said that you're a clever guy. And I said, you mean I'm expendable because I'm just an ordinary seaman? Okay, if you don't want to do it. No, I said, no, wait, I'll do it. I go back to the ship to change clothes, to take my book back, to get ready to go on this mission to find George. And while I'm back on the ship, I run into Paul. We're talking, and he says that he had talked to George, my watch partner, about what he felt when he was in Vinh Lap, this village that was across the way, that he felt it was the real Vietnam, that it was something that he felt very connected to. So I'm thinking, well, maybe that's a good place to start, because maybe George went over there after you told him that. Paul wishes me well, and he says he's going to bless me. So I said, don't bother. I said, I'm Jewish. So we both laughed at that. So I'm waiting for a launch that'll take me across to Vinh Lap. And as I'm on that launch, and I'm not the only one on that launch, there are Vietnamese women who were pinching me. I don't know why they would do that, but they were, and it hurt, kind of aggressive pinching. But I'm thinking about George, and I'm thinking about the chief mate. The chief mate he'd probably been to the Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point. He'd become a third mate, worked his way to second, now to chief mate. And George had been in World War II as a merchant seaman. And that was a dangerous job then. I'm thinking, who the hell is the chief mate to make judgments on George and what George does? And I'm thinking maybe George's flaws, and he had plenty of them, were a result of the dangers he faced in World War II. In any case, I liked George, and I was anxious to get him back on board. So I take this launch to Vinh Lap. I go around, and I'm looking around. I'm saying American, and people understand. And I get pointed this way and that way. And eventually, it takes about an hour. I'm coming up to a shack. And by this time, it's beginning to rain, and rain hard. I look but maybe 100 yards away, and I see George sitting with no top on. He's got like a sarong. He's got a sarong on, and he's sitting outside, and he's covered from the rain. He's got there's a rain cover. And George sees me, and he says, Maynard! He's waving at me. I go through the rain, and I go and I sit down with him, And he said, Maynard, what are you doing here, man? So I said, hey, George, hey, how you doing? He says, oh, I've been here for a couple of days, man. He said, when I got here, there's an old, the same age as George, I guess, sitting nearby. He says, when I got here a couple of days ago, I gave all my money to Papa San here, and Papa San's going to take care of me. He's just going to take care of me. I'm going to sit out the war. I'm not going to go back to the fucking ship. I'm going to sit here with Papa San. Everything is fine here. I'm cool. Don't worry about me, Maynard. I'm fine. Okay, George. Then he starts telling me stories about his life, about being in World War II, going to Murmansk on a ship, and the ship almost getting blown out of the water, and the kind of adventures and very dangerous shipping adventures that he had in World War II, and how he worked afterwards and during the Korean War. He tells me about his marriages, and he tells me about when he got gonorrhea, and he got the clap, as sailors call it. And he says he caught the clap from his wife's sister. And then he gave it to his wife. And I'm listening to this wonderful story. And he said, then I had to take both of them to the doctor without telling them why. He was not only a great storyteller, he was a great mimic. And then he tells me about the time he was in Manila. He jumped ship in Manila, and he was put in jail. He says, and all they gave me was rice and fish heads, day after day. One story after another. And he's drinking constantly the whole time. He's having one beer after another. Finally, he gets in a hammock, and he falls asleep in the hammock. And I think he's there for the night. It's already dark. It's much too late for me to go back. They don't have launches crossing that inlet at night, as you can imagine. So I hang out there. They give me a hammock. I sleep there. And in the morning, George seems like just a tired old guy. I said, George, we got to go back to the ship. And he said, yeah, I know. But I'll tell you something, Maynard. There's only two things that matter in life. I said, what? He says, three things, really. There are three things that matter. Booze, pussy, and no hassle. If you can get those three things, you got it knocked. That's what I got here, and that's why I didn't want to leave. I said, yeah, I know, George, but you got to come with me, you know that, don't you? He said, yeah. So he agrees to come back with me to the ship. We take a launch across the river, across the inlet, and we get back to Cameron. Right now, I feel that George is kind of a sad old guy who had lived a dream finally for a few days and now had to go back to reality. When I get back to the ship, I run into Paul. He tells me that he decided not to jump the ship. He's going to go back with us on the voyage back across the Pacific. And he's not even going to ask the old man to let him go on mutual consent. At this point, we leave Vietnam and we take on bunkers, which is to say oil and water, in Yokohama. While we're taking bunkers, I'm next to my other watch partner, Bo, the one who had helped me so much get adapted, the one who was my age, but he was a veteran seaman already. He had been on a dozen ships, and he's just the kindest, nicest guy you can imagine. I'm standing next to Bo as we're taking on bunkers, and we're seeing container ships nearby. Bo says to me, Maynard, that's the future. Not these old ships we're working on. Those container ships. That's what being on ships is going to be like in the next few years. And of course he was right. There are no longer any old ships like this, Victory ships or the C2s or those old ships. They're all container ships. They're all automated. And I figured one day Bo is going to be captain of one of these ships. He just had that spirit about him, that intelligence, that native intelligence, and the goodness about him that I really liked. On the way back across, all of a sudden, I have a high fever, and I go to the chief mate, because the chief mate is the medical officer. He hasn't had much training, but in order to be a chief mate, you have to have some medical training. There is no doctor on board these merchant ships. So he is, in a sense, the medic who deals with things like gonorrhea. He's got pills for everything. He takes my temperature, he looks at me, feels me, he says, "You got malaria. Where you been?" I said, "Well, in Olongapo, I had to wade my way through a rice paddy." He said, "Probably got bitten there. Maybe somewhere else, but, rice paddy is a good place to get bitten by a malaria mosquito." I get treated for that. The temperature goes down. It's a mixture of, I guess, antibiotics, quinine, whatever it is that he gives me, painkillers. We get back to the Bay Area, and Pat Scola, the guy who got me to work on the ship in the first place, is there as the patrolman paying us off, and we get paid. Merchant team, we get paid in $100 bills. We don't get a check. We get $100 bills. I don't know, I've made $1,500 on this ship. 15 $100 bills, one after another. And I say to Scola, "What about that $60 that you laid out for me when I got the job?" He said, "Forget about it. I'll take it out of petty cash." I went to the Public Health Service. Merchant seamen, for their health service, go to the U.S. Public Health Service. There's a hospital on 15th and Lake. That's where it was. I don't know if it's still there. They said, "I no longer have malaria symptoms, but it's something that I will have all my life. And occasionally, if I'm in the third world, I may get relapses. In case you do, just rest, let yourself sweat it out, take painkillers, and you'll be fine." And that was the end of my first trip to Vietnam.
Chapter 7. Back to Sea. Back on land, the counterculture beckons. But free love and free spirits aren't enough to keep Roberto from drifting toward the sea once more.
So I'm back in San Francisco now. It's November 1966. I see B, the woman I'd been involved with after my divorce. We decide mutually that it's over between us. That relationship has ended. She had introduced me to Hunter Thompson. In some ways, our relationship was life-changing for me. In other ways, it was very combative. So we decided that the negatives outweighed the positives, both of us together, and we separated. I went back to living full-time in the place that we called Cave 7, which was still a gathering place for San Francisco freaks. Cousin Neil was now hanging out all the time. Cousin Neil was the one who always bring acid around. He had things sewn in his hair. He had beads in his hair. Very strange-looking guy. But something about Cousin Neil really affected me and was important. He told wonderful stories about having traveled in the Himalayas. He told the following story, that whenever he traveled in these remote areas, especially in the mountains in the Himalayas, he would take with him certain little things that he knew that they could use. Ballpoint pens. But the most important thing was little medicine things. The most important thing was murine for the eyes. And he explained to me something very interesting. He said, these people live in yurts. They live in a kind of a tent where there's smoke because it's cold, and their eyes are always red. And when I brought these little jars of murine, they loved me because they could use the murine and it would give them temporary relief for these problems they had with their eyes. But the idea that struck me when Cousin Neil talked about this was, well, maybe this is what my future is. To work on a ship, I end up with $1,500 or a couple $1,000, and that's enough for me to travel on. And that became, in fact, what I did later on. But it was Cousin Neil who really influenced me in that direction. I was at Cave 7, and a couple of friends of mine urged me to go to a party with them. I said, sure, why not? And I go to this party, young men, young women hanging out, and I start talking with a young woman, and it turns out she and I are from the same Jewish neighborhood in Baltimore. This is in San Francisco. We grew up blocks from one another. At the same time, her birthday is 2 days separate from mine, which in that time was a big deal because we were the same astrological sign. I did not believe in any of that stuff, but she did. and apparently was in the atmosphere. So the fact that we were the same astrological sign and we're from the same neighborhood and we're both Jewish. After talking with her for maybe 20 minutes, she said, "Why don't you marry me?" I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, let's get married." I said, "What are you talking about?" "Look," she said, "you'd be perfect for my parents. You've gone to college, you're Jewish, you're presentable." I said, "I'm a doper and a drifter, and I work on ships as a deckhand." She said, we'll get past all that. The important thing is you'd fit their criteria for the person I should marry." I said, "This is insane." She said, "Well, let's do a trial run. Why don't you move in with me?" I said, "Okay." I moved him to her place for the next couple of weeks, and we had a good time. She was very artsy. She was both a painter and a poet. And we'll call her S. We did all sorts of arty things. She took me around to dance recitals where we would participate. She took me to exotic restaurants. She took me to Mexican restaurants where she wanted me to speak Spanish to the waiters. She liked that. Went to the Committee Improv Theater. We went to all sorts of workshops of one kind or another where we would join the dancers. Went to see Brecht's Three-Penny Opera. And between acts, part of the act was that there were these pretty young ladies who were going around selling cigars, cigarettes, cocaine, hashish. Of course, they weren't selling cocaine and hashish, but it was part of the act. And it was part of the sense that this was the Weimar Republic, Germany between the wars, part of the show. What bothered me about S, everything that happened between us would end up either in a painting or a poem. And not only that, but she sort of romanticized me as a merchant seaman. I was Magic Sailor Man or Water Wanderer in her poems. I felt that was a little bit too much. After about 3 weeks of this, I felt it was enough. I said, "Look, I got to catch a ship. It's what I feel I have to do." And she said, "Fine." I went to the Union Hall, the SIU Hall in 5th and Harrison, and threw in for a ship. And it was actually a sister ship of the first ship. The job I caught as an ordinary seaman was on a ship called the Ames Victory. It was owned by the same company that owned the Northwestern Victory, which had been my first ship. And I think I mentioned before that the company was called Victory Carriers, Inc. Victory Carriers was owned by Aristotle Onassis. This ship was also the Ames Victory, owned by Aristotle Onassis, although it wasn't in his name, Victory Carriers. It was the name of his son and daughter, who were American citizens, and therefore were ships that were allowed to carry materiel to Vietnam, which was one of the criteria, was that you had to be an American citizen, owned by an American citizen. Ames Victory was, again, another ammo ship. It was going to go to what we call the zone, the war zone. It was right there on the blackboard. That's where the ship was going. I go back to S that night, and the following morning I'm going to go, and I say, "I've caught a ship. I'm going back to Vietnam." She wants to play act. She was a person for whom theater, literature, painting, life was all about that. And so she wanted to act out that she would be a sex worker in one of those Asian ports, and I was a merchant seaman. She wanted to kind of play act that role between us. And it freaked me out for some reason. It just, for some reason, I couldn't deal with it at all. In the middle of it anyway, she got some inspiration to start writing something, and she started writing a poem. So as I see her just completely ignore me and start writing the poem, I grabbed my sea bag. I wished her farewell. For some reason, I had a whole bunch of bandanas that I had bought on my first ship in the slop chest, both red and blue bandanas that I used all the time when I was working in order to catch sweat. Sometimes I'd wrap them around my forehead. Sometimes I'd wrap them around my neck. So I took one of my red bandanas and I tied it to the doorknob, and I wished her farewell, and I went off. I took a taxi to the ship that night, and in the morning we took off and went back to Vietnam.
Chapter 8. Lucky and Loaded. A new ship, a towering bosun named Lucky, and the invisible hand of Aristotle Onassis set the stage for Roberto's second voyage into the zone.
The second ship I worked on, the Ames Victory, was owned by the same company that owned the Northwestern Victory, which had been my first ship. Both of those were owned by a company called Victory Carriers. Oddly enough, it was owned by Aristotle Onassis, who in 1968 married Jacqueline Kennedy, who then became Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis. But this was in 1966, prior to the marriage. Aristotle Onassis did not technically own the company because all of the ships that serviced the Vietnam War and went to Vietnam and to the other places in Southeast Asia had to be owned by an American citizen in order to carry ammo and other war equipment. And so Onassis' daughter, Christina, and his son were both citizens of the U.S., and the company the Victor carries was in their name. Eventually, Christina Onassis sold the company, Victory Carriers. She renounced her U.S. citizenship, and she moved to Europe, apparently for tax reasons. So that's a little bit of background on the Ames Victory and its ownership. On the first day that I was on the Ames Victory, which is in the Bay Area, I met the bosun, who is probably the strongest guy I've ever known in my life. We called him Lucky. He called himself Lucky. 6'7", all muscle. Also one of the nicest guys I've ever known. When we were loading, when the longshoremen were loading, part of the equipment that they put on the Ames Victory were tanks, 2 tanks that were aft of the house. In other words, they were next to number 4 boom, both of them. So they were on deck, and because they were on deck, we could not lower the number 4 booms into their cradle. We had to top them. To top them means to secure them vertically. So you lift them up, and on a Victory ship, it was a very complicated procedure to do this, because it's not like ships nowadays where this is done by pushing buttons. In a Victory ship, you have to roll out wire, roll back wire. It was a 10-man job to try to do all this, and it was a dangerous job, because if a boom comes loose, a boom weighs I don't know how many tons, and if it starts swinging, it's going to kill somebody. All of that's going on, and guys are yelling at one another, hey, move it fucking this way and move it that way, and there was all this screaming going on. And finally, at some point, we were able to top these booms, number 4 booms, have them vertically secured with a strap at the very top, a metal strap, so that they wouldn't move during the trip across the Pacific, and so that they didn't interfere with the 2 tanks that were the cargo on deck. The fact that those number 4 booms were topped is actually an important point because it becomes something later on that affects our lives. Once everything was secured, all of the gear was put away, the hatches were battened, we were ready to go to sea again. At this point, the dock workers threw all the mooring lines off, we pulled them up, and we started our trip across the Pacific. One of the things you do when you're leaving port is you weigh anchor. You pull up the anchor, anchors away. It was done by the 4-to-8 watch and by the chief mate, who's on the bow. The anchor is coming up, and the anchor is pulling up with it all of the mud and the clay and all that shit that was at the bottom of the sea. The 4-to-8 ordinary is there with a fire hose, aiming it at these huge chains from the anchor as the anchor chain comes up, as the anchor comes up, making sure that all that mud and all that gunk that was at the bottom doesn't get on the ship, but stays in the sea. Once the anchor is secured, everything else is secured, the ship goes west and we're heading toward the Golden Gate Bridge. A pilot comes out, the pilot leaves, and we're on our own again, heading out to sea. Within a few hours, we don't see land any longer, and we're in the Pacific. On that ship, on the Ames Victory, pretty soon, as soon as it gets a little bit warm, the younger guys hang out in the fantail, as we did on the Northwestern Victory, as we would on every other ship I worked on, to smoke grass and to hang out. On the fantail, we weren't seen by the captain or any other licensed person. And after work, we would take our cots or whatever else we wanted to sit on and maybe have music with us, and we'd hang out and chat. There were 4 of us who worked in the deck department who formed a kind of a clique. There was Ken and Billy and Bob and me. We were 4 deckhands. Ken and Billy were ABs. Bob and I were ordinary seamen. Every day we would go out during the day, during our watch hours, and work. And what we mostly did was chip rust, because these were old ships that had been built during World War II. They'd been around through several wars already. They'd been through World War II and Korean War, and now they were in the Vietnamese War. And aside from that, they had played a very important role, the victory ships, after the war. In that era, in the late 1940s, when the U.S. was helping Europe get back together, a lot of these victory ships, including this one, the Ames Victory, took equipment to Europe to help out Europe get back together economically. And one of the things they did, they carried, really, was cattle. And they were known as seagoing cowboys, these ships, in order to revive the farming industries in certain countries in Eastern Europe. So Lucky, as I said, was not only the strongest guy I've ever known, but really a sweetheart of a guy. And every day when we'd go out to chip rust, he'd say, "Okay, men, the military's paying for this, so, go out and do overtime, take your time, and do a good job." Every day at 5 o'clock when we'd finish, I'd come back and say, "Lucky, we took half your advice." He would always laugh. A terrific guy. On the Ames Victory, like on the other Victory that I'd worked on, rust had taken over. I would dream about it. I would think about it. It was a never-ending battle against rust. But it was our job, and it was an old ship, and so the rust was eating away at the hull and the superstructure. And I remember the mate on my watch was a Hawaiian guy named Cole. He was in his 30s. He'd say, "That rust is gold for you guys. That's where you're making your money in overtime all the time because of that rust. So think about it in a nice way." Every day we were doing 4 hours of overtime. That means 28 hours a week of overtime, plus the 16 hours on Saturday and Sunday, which we were getting paid for overtime anyway. That's 44 hours a week of overtime. That's much more than we were making with our base pay. In order to chip rust, there were 3 ways to remove it. One is the old-fashioned way, where you have a hammer, a chipping hammer, and a scraper. You always wear goggles when you do this, by the way. And pieces of rust would fly out, and you at least want to make sure that they don't get in your eyes. The other way to remove it was there was a kind of an air-driven fingers that would go in and out, like 4 fingers that would come in and out on an air-driven hose. And the third way, there was a 1.5 foot long machine that was electrical. You had to plug it in. And it had cogs, maybe 1.5 inch cogs that rotated very quickly. And that was the hardest one to do because it was heavy and the cogs moved quickly. The worst part of it is when you're holding it over your head, trying to take the rust off, for example, of a lifeboat that is above your head. I mean, there's only about so long that you can hold a heavy machine like that over your head without getting tired and taking a break. Maybe 10 minutes at most. The underside of a boom, for example, if a boom had been lowered, you have to hold your hands above your head to do this, and it was extremely tiring. And the rust would get in your hair. I mean, your eyes were protected, but it would get all over you. In some cases, you just felt, especially when you were doing it on the ladders, on the higher ladders, that the rust was the only thing that was holding this together. I mean, if you remove the rust, there wouldn't be any place to hold on to on these ladders in some cases. Chipping rust became part of our daily experience. So I started dreaming about rust. I even wrote a poem about it. And it went something like this. "The rust gets thin, our wallets thicker. The booze goes in, beer, wine, and liquor. The crews all in begin to bicker. Our hair gets thin, the rust gets thicker. We would spend day after day after day removing rust. Then we'd have to paint. I don't know if you've seen the Golden Gate Bridge and the color of the Golden Gate Bridge, but it's the color of rust-preventive paint. All rust-preventive paint has that same color, that kind of reddish-orange look. We would put 3 coats of that, and in order to remember which coat we were on, we would put a tinge of white or black in a particular coat so we knew whether we were on the first, second, or third coat of rust-preventive paint. After that, we would put the regular color, whatever it was. And once you were putting on that 4th coat of paint, you could see the rust forming again. At that point, you realize that there's just no way, there's no way in the world you're going to prevent the rust. The salt water just eats it away and creates more work for you. Every night on the fantail, there was a bunch of us that would get together, but included in that was the group of deckhands that were our clique. We were all under 25 years old. One of them was Billy, and he was an AB. He had started working when he was very young. He had dropped out of school, out of high school, and he had managed somehow to get somebody to write him a letter that he could work on ships. And when he was 18, he was already starting to work on ships. He was from Tacoma, Washington. In order to get your AB ticket to become an able seaman, which is the journeyman rating for the deck department, you go from ordinary seaman to able seaman, which is called AB. You have to have a certain amount of watch standing time, 12 months of actually standing watch, let's say from 4 to 8 or 12 to 4. Billy had achieved that pretty quickly. By the time he was 20, he had already gotten enough watch standing time, and he took his AB test and became an AB by the time he was 20. He loved it. He loved the work. Billy was another one like Bo on my first ship, a guy who would do anything for you, a guy who was enormously helpful. When you didn't know what to do, he would show you what to do without any ego. A guy who was a really good deckhand, a really good seaman. That was Billy. Another guy was another AB named Ken. Ken was also a kind of a go-getter, but he was a very different kind of a character from Billy. He was a retro handsome. I don't know if any of you remember Paul Hornung from the old Green Bay Packers. He was a very handsome football player, and Ken looked like a smaller version of Paul Hornung. So when we were on deck, he was telling us about all his amorous adventures and all his love conquests. And you could die to believe it. He was a good-looking guy who was a deckhand who made enough money to be able to spend it. Just had the feeling that, from his stories in any case, that he left broken hearts in his wake. Bob, the 4th guy, was a kind of happy-go-lucky airhead who was just doing this for a kick. He wasn't going to stay as a merchant seaman, but he was a fun guy. So we realized that the 4 of us, as soon as we hit port, would go ashore together. When we were back aft, so much of what we were talking about was times that we had been ashore, ports that we had been to, the good ports, the bad ports, guys who had worked a lot on ships. Guys like Ken and Billy will talk places that I had never heard of even, about how great these ports were. One of the places they mentioned was a place in Vietnam called Vung Tau. Vung Tau was at the mouth of the river that took you to Saigon, the place that had been kind of made safe for soldiers to have R&R, rest and recreation. They were saying we were going to be heading there. We knew we were going to go there. And they were saying, you guys are going to love this port. It's one of the great ports in Southeast Asia.
Chapter 9. Missing the Ship. A wild shore leave turns into a missed ship, a surreal detour through war logistics, and a deeper reckoning with the line between revelry and real danger.
So now the Ames Victory takes bunkers in Bataan, Philippines. None of us go ashore. It's just a few hours there, taking on oil and water. And then we moved from the Philippines to Vung Tau, that port Billy had talked about as being special, a place at the mouth of the river that takes you to Saigon. There are a lot of ships waiting to go upriver because it was a dangerous ride. It was a 6-hour ride upriver from the mouth of the river to Saigon itself. And they'd only go one ship at a time. They would put soldiers on board. There were soldiers on both sides of the river, just making sure that no ship, especially an ammo ship, was attacked. There were maybe dozens of ships, I forget, 20, 25 ships waiting to go upriver. And when we got in to that bay near Vung Tau, it was Friday afternoon. It was close to 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Now you have to understand the way we had a strong union that required and demanded certain things. And one of them was, if you get to a port after 5 o'clock on Friday afternoon, the ship is required to let the seaman know when sailing is going to be, when the next move, when the next shift is going to be, because otherwise we're not required to be back until Monday morning. That's the nature of the game. We got in, it must have been around 5:15 in the afternoon. We dropped the hook, dropped anchor. We are getting ready to go ashore. I'm all excited. The guys have talked about Vung Tau being a great port. The chief mate has no choice but to break watches at this point and to accept the fact that we don't have to be back aboard until Monday morning, legally and technically. We all get dressed. I've taken a draw of a couple $100. We don't have to be back on ship until Monday morning. And the four of us, Billy and Ken and Bob and I, go ashore. What we do is we're at anchor. So the launch comes to the ship. We go down the gangway, get on the launch, and the launch takes us to the town of Vung Tau. It is now about 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon. Now, you have to think about it. I got $200 in my pocket. In $1966, that's more than $1,000 in my pocket. I mean, it's a lot of money. And the other guys, too. One of the things that you have to know about merchant seamen is that there was a lot of respect for guys who spent their money. So we all had a bunch, and we were all going to treat one another to rounds of booze or whatever, and we go ashore. We're walking through this town of Vung Tau. It's got bars, it's got massage parlors, it's got all the stuff that every other place in Vietnam has, but a lot of it. And we go from one bar to another, and we go into one bar where there are a lot of soldiers. There's guys in fatigues. There are a couple of MPs in there who see us in civilian clothing, and they come up to us, and they say, one of them says, "You guys off a ship?" Somebody says, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, this is just for soldiers, this bar." Ken, who's very combative, says, "Fuck you. I mean, if I want a beer, I'm going to have a beer here." He says, No, man, you don't understand. This is just for soldiers." Well, I'm kind of saying, all right, let's go somewhere else. Ken, no. Ken is going to fight about this. And he starts fighting. He starts physically fighting, and these MPs are trying to control him. And pretty soon we get into a bar fight. Things are flying and things are moving. It was both hilarious and dangerous. At some point, we decide, enough already. Let's just get out of here and go somewhere else. There are lots of places we can go. But Ken has had a good time with this. And Billy was also trying to get Ken out of there. Billy was a more sane person about all this. Let's go where they can accept us, where they like us, where they'd say, well, it's okay to have merchant seamen in there. We got out, we went to other places, we got drunk. Eventually, we ended up in a hotel. When we go in, and we've got money, we're not like, more than the soldiers would have money. So we tell the owner of the hotel, and he gives us an entire floor to take over. And we've all got rooms, and pretty soon there's women coming in and out of the rooms, and we're drunk, and we're all having a good time. And the women seem to be they're all giggling and running around from room to room. I don't remember much of what happened that night, but it was a lot of fun. At some point, I guess we all fell asleep. And when we got up in the morning, the women were all gone, first of all, and we were kind of groggy from whatever happened the night before, the fight, the drinking, the sex, all of that. And the owner of the hotel, when he sees us kind of coming down to the main floor and saying, well, what now? He says, oh, don't worry, guys. He says, you go up to the top floor, and we have a little cafe there. We got omelets for you, and we'll have coffee for you. So we go up to the top floor, and there's a screen outside that protects you in case somebody throws a bomb or something like that, or a grenade. So there's that acknowledgement of the possibility of danger. Nothing happened. Nobody threw anything. But we're sitting there, the four of us, and we're having great omelets and one Nescafe after another. And I noticed that Ken really loved to say Nescafe. Let me have another Nescafe. And I'm looking at all these ships that are waiting to go upriver. And I say, you know, I might be wrong, but there's a ship that's moving toward the river. And it's got number 4 topped like our ship. Billy looks at it and says, yeah. And Ken and Bob, and we're all looking at it. Wait a minute, there's a ship that looks like ours, and it's moving upriver. So we asked for binoculars. We asked the hotel owner for binoculars, and we're looking, and Billy says, guys, that's our ship, and it's going up to Saigon without us. Ken is very blasé about this whole thing. Look, guys, we can't get logged for this. You know, we're not in trouble. They didn't post anything before we left, before 5 o'clock. We have every right in the world to stay away until Monday morning. That's the law. So let's have another cup of Nescafe. At the same time, we feel that we have to go to the MSTS office. Now, MST is the Military Sea Transportation Service. This is the branch of the military that handles shipping toward a war zone. During the course of the war, I think it was in 1970, they changed name and became the Military Sea Lift Command. But they are the sort of liaison group between all the merchant ships that are on charter to take material to Vietnam and the military itself. MSTS, Military Sea Transportation Service. What Billy does is he finds out where their office is in Vung Tau and says, guys, we got to go there right now. So we'll go along with Billy, who's obviously going to be a captain someday. His method of command and his self-assurance, we know that he's going to move up the hose pipe, as we say, and become a captain. We pay our bill, and it included, I think Ken had broken a mirror in the room or something. It was very important for us to pay the women. The hotel owner, I think his name was Duong, promised us that if we left money, he would get money to those women. It's a whole thing among seamen that is very important to pay your sex worker. Because if you don't, you're going to curse your ship. You're going to Jonah your ship, as the saying goes. And your ship is going to get into deep trouble if you don't pay the sex worker. And there's also another thing I felt at the time, which is that merchant seamen and sex workers are sort of at the same level of society. And they kind of look out for one another, and they take care of one another. We found out where the MSTS office was. We take a taxi, the 4 of us. The gentleman there is a naval officer at the MSTS office, and he's really pissed off at us. You assholes. And then pretty soon, who do we see come in? But Lucky. Lucky had also gone ashore, and Lucky had also missed sailing. Our bosun had missed sailing, as well as 2 other guys on the ship in other departments, not the deck department. But that meant that 5 guys in the deck department are going to miss that sailing, and we're going to miss tying up in Saigon. They take us to an airfield, a local airfield in Vung Tau, all 7 of us. There's the 4 of us, plus Lucky, plus these 2 guys from the other departments. While we're waiting, 2 grunts, 2 guys who have just been in battle, are sitting right next to us. And Ken sidles up to them. He's a ballsy guy, and he says, come on, guys, You just been in a fight, in a firefight? Tell us about it. Tell us about it. And these guys have that kind of what's been described as that 1,000-yard stare, that stare that comes from having been in battle too much and too often. They speak in a kind of a monotone, which is also very scary when you're talking about life and death in this way. But Ken is pumping them for information. One of the things that this guy is saying is, yeah, man, we were in a firefight. It was really hairy. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, man. I mean, it was just crazy. It was just fucking crazy. And guys were dropping. And so at some point, the captain says, hey, let's get the fuck out of here. And, boom. And we got to get out. And so what do we do with all these guys that are down? So pick up the WIAs and leave the KIAs where they are. So the guy's telling this story, and I'm thinking WIAs and KIAs. It's wounded in action and killed in action. And I'm thinking, wow, you use initials to cushion yourself from the reality of war, and that's how you can get through it. And also the kind of monotone and the 1,000-yard stare, they were all functions of having been in war. I realize how different our situation is. I mean, we're running around with sex workers, we're getting drunk, we're having a good time, and these guys are fighting a war, and we're cheek by jowl with them, we're right together with them. We all get on this plane. There's a plane, it's a C-130. There's a lot of military equipment in the middle of this plane, and all the seats are along both bulkheads, facing the middle. We all get on, and Ken is still bullshitting around, and sort of at some point, the military guys are tired of him, and they kind of push him on board. I sit next to Lucky. As we get into the air, Lucky grabs my hand, and he squeezes it. Now, he's a very strong guy. And he says, listen, Maynard, he says, I ain't afraid of no man, but being in the air scares the bejesus out of me. I said, okay, Lucky, whatever. So he holds my hand the whole time. It's only like a 20, 25-minute ride from the Vung Tau airport to Tan Son Nhut, which is the military airport that services Saigon. But Lucky is holding on to my hand until we hit the ground. Once we hit the ground, when we've landed, he lets go. He says, you ain't going to say nothing about this, right? And I said, about what? And he says, okay, man, we're cool. There's a van there waiting for the 7 of us at the Tan Son Nhut airport. They take us to the port, the wharf in Saigon, where our ship. And as we get there, the timing is such, because it takes 5 or 6 hours to go upriver, the timing is such that when we get there, our ship is exactly at that moment tying up. Now, we can't get aboard to help them tie up. 5 guys in the deck department are watching. And who is doing the tying up? The guys in the steward department. The guys in the steward department who had nothing else to do at that moment. Interestingly enough, as I mentioned before, the SIU at that time had no black bosuns, no black deckhands, no black ABs, and no black ordinary seamen. There was nobody in the deck department that I ever saw that was black back in those days in the SIU. The guys who were tying up were the guys in the steward department who were mostly black. And there was a certain look when I met their eyes at one point, and they were doing a great job. You see, assholes, we can do this job. If you follow this story, it's Saturday at the time, because what had happened the night before was Friday night, and now it's Saturday morning. And we're off. Saturday and Sunday are days that we don't have to work. So we're off anyway. So we go in, the 4 of us, Billy and Ken and Bob and I, go in, take showers, change clothes. We still got lots of money left from that draw. And we're ready for Saigon, ready to go ashore. It's a noisy, crowded place where there's all sorts of cyclos, these bicycle rickshaws, and there's guys selling everything. There's begging, there's hustlers, there's guys on motor scooters who are trying to steal whatever you may have in your hand as they get close to you. There's women of all ages beckoning, and there's gutted alleyways that are spiled with refuse. It's just It's wartime, and it's the big city in the middle of a war. A lot of the women that we see have their mouths red from chewing betel nut, which is a kind of narcotic. There's something very odd and off-putting about a woman beckoning to you with her mouth all red in that way. Eventually, we get to the Cholon district as we're walking around. In the Cholon district, there is, Billy and Ken knew about this ahead of time, there is an opium den that they'd been to before. The four of us go into this opium den. This was not like the place I'd been to in Da Nang, which was a private house, where there was a papa sign and a mama sign, and it felt very homey. No, this was a real opium den, which was below ground. There was room after room. There were racks and people lying in racks. People were given pipes to smoke along, and you're just lying and dreaming. There was this kind of yellow pall of opium smoke just below the ceiling. It was very off-putting for me after having had that experience in Da Nang at a private house where I had been treated so nicely and so gently in a way. Ken and Bob stay there. They want to experience this again. Bob for the first time, Ken again. And Billy and I say, let's get out and do something else. Billy and I go out on the street, and we arrange with Ken and Bob that we're going to meet them later on at a restaurant called L'Escargot, which Billy and Ken knew about. So we're going to meet them at that restaurant. I'll have dinner together. So Billy and I go out, and we're walking. As we're walking on Tudo Street, we see a poster for the Southeast Asia Soccer Championship being held in Saigon. We look at this and say, is this a joke? Having a soccer tournament in the middle of a war? Apparently not. We realize that there's a game, or two games actually, being played that day at the soccer stadium. So Billy and I get into a taxi, actually, to take us to the soccer stadium, and we go there. It's in the middle of the first game, and we pay our tickets to get in, and we go up, and we're watching a soccer match between South Vietnam and South Korea, and later on, I think it was between Singapore and the Philippines. I mean, it was insane. But on the other hand, it occurred to me that you have to have some remnant of normal life, even in the middle of a crazy war zone, in order to make you feel like you're still human in some way. The second game was getting towards sunset. It was getting darker, and there was still enough light to play as the game was ending. Billy and I walked up to the very top of the stadium, and if you looked out, you could see the war. You could see flares. You could see stuff happening at a distance. And over there, they're playing soccer, and over there, the war's going on. Seemed very strange. That was our experience in Saigon. And after the ship went back across the Pacific and back to the U.S., we'd stayed in Southeast Asia a relatively short time, and now we were heading back. And on the way back, interestingly, I got to know an oiler by the name of Vic. Vic was an interesting guy. His last name was Papa, P-A-P-A, Victor Papa. You have to understand also part of the protocol in working on ships was that during the meal hours, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you went into the mess room, you had to be dressed appropriately. This meant a shirt that covered your underarms. You could wear a T-shirt, but not what they call a wife beater. A wife beater is those that you see in movies sometimes where you see the underarms. You could not wear that during meal times. You had to wear something that covered your underarms. And you had to wear shoes, some flip-flops. You had to wear something on your feet. Short pants are okay. But outside of meal hours, you could go into the mess room with no shirt on. But it had to be outside of meal hours. One time, there was an oiler named Vic Papa, who went in, and I saw this huge tattoo on his back. It was an eagle, and on one claw there was the Irish flag, and on the other claw there was the Italian flag, and in its beak there was the American flag. He was a very affable guy with a heavy New York accent. And I said, "Hey, Vic, what's that tattoo?" He said, "Well," he said, "my father's Italian, my mother's Irish, but I'm all American." And I realized we were both from the East Coast, and we started joking with one another. And at some point on the way back, he says to me, "Hey, you're circumcised, aren't you?" I knew what he meant. He said, "You're Jewish, aren't you?" He was from New York, and he got it. He understood. He had that sense of knowing. We became pals. He was not part of the Fantail crew, but whenever I was on standby in the mess room, Vic would come by and we'd hang out and we'd chat. It was part of the poker group that we got together with. Every night there would be a poker game. There's a story that doesn't shed a good light on me, but here's the story anyway. One night we were playing poker, and I realized at some point that Vic has stacked the deck and that he's cheating at the poker table. I look at him. I don't say anything, but I give him that look, like letting him know that I know what he's doing. And he said, "Hey, Maynard, here's that $20 I owe you." And he gave me a $20 bill. And I didn't say anything. Now, I've thought about that all these years, Why didn't I say anything? Maybe because I felt a certain loyalty to Vic. I'd established this relationship with him. And the guy that he was cheating, it was a guy to my left. Him I didn't know at all. It's a story that has kind of bothered me all these years. As the ship gets back, we're not going back to San Francisco. We're going to end this voyage in Coos Bay, Oregon. And I get off in Coos Bay, Oregon, and it's beautiful. And I don't even know if I want to go back to San Francisco, but I realize I have to go back and at least make contact with my friends. So then I decided at that point to take a flight back. In order to get back from Coos Bay to San Francisco, I have to fly to Portland, and then I land in San Francisco, where I have to make contact with my friends.
Chapter 10. Death of the Hippie. From native rituals to Haight-Ashbury protests, Roberto returns to the States, only to find his generation writing its own eulogy.
Now I'm back in San Francisco. I go over to Cave 7, the apartment that I'd shared with other guys. Reconnect with the guys, with Bill and Frank, and the guys who had been living there, and crazy other people that have been living there, Fluke and Choo Choo and Buddy, and all these people are still hanging out at Cave 7. And they tell me that thousands of young people, very young people, in some cases 17, 16, 15, 18, 19, 20, are flooding into San Francisco because they've heard of the quote-unquote hippie phenomenon. National magazines and newspapers have publicized it. All of a sudden, thousands of kids are moving into the city and feeling that what had been our secret, in a sense, is now both national and even international news. People are coming from abroad as well. I kind of wanted to get away from the city, so I rented a place in Northern California. I had some money left over from the trip. I rented a cabin in a kind of remote area between Mendocino and Fort Bragg up in Northern California. I'm determined during this period to learn how to forage a little bit. Thoreau has always been my guide, Henry David Thoreau and Walden. I wanted to, a life of simplicity and independence that he talks about all the time. I wanted to kind of experience being alone, which also he writes about in Walden. I was up there for 2 months. I did figure out how to get those abalone off the rocks at what's called a minus tide. At a tide, I could check the tide charts and find out when it was a good minus tide, a good time in daylight to go out to the shore and get abalone and other seafood. And it was a good time. I spent a couple of months up there, and then I go back into the city, and I find, again, I'm still not happy about being in the city. There's all these people moving in, a lot of noise from what were called teeny boppers that were coming into the city. I find out that in Santa Fe, New Mexico, there's a group that has allied itself with the Native American Church, which has been permitted to do religious, spiritual rituals using peyote as a sacrament. Well, that sounds great. And it's open to people like me. So I go with a couple of friends, actually 3 friends, in a van, and we drive from San Francisco to Santa Fe. The 4 of us arrive at a house outside of Santa Fe. It's not exactly a farm, but they have a large amount of space where vehicles, or maybe a dozen vehicles, are parked there. The one that draws my attention immediately is a converted school bus. At the door of that converted school bus, somebody has painted Dick and Ted, jokers, and below that put a drawing of 2 jokers from a deck of cards. I soon find out that the Dick of that Dick and Ted is Dick Alpert. He hadn't yet gone to India and met his guru and become Ramdas, but he is already a very well-known character. He had been an academic at Harvard and had been kicked out for the kind of LSD experiments that he and Leary were running, Timothy Leary. And he was well known at that time, and in a sense, he was the star of this particular gathering. There were about 15 of us. Everybody was trying to connect with Dick Alpert. And there was a woman who called herself Araby, who was talking about spiritual practices and famous gurus, and whether they were tuned in or not. And the metaphor she kept using was whether they were like a radio, whether there was static or non-static, whether they were correctly tuned into the station or not. And she judged different spiritual people by that measure. There was a guy there by the name of Jimmy Sparrowhawk. He was tall, very strong-looking, almost like a movie star look, tall and handsome with a kind of a strong personality. And he was holding court because he was local, he lived in the area, and he knew about Native American practices. And he was just an overwhelming personality in that situation. And Dick Alpert, like the rest of us, were listening to Jimmy Sparrowhawk carry on, pontificate. That was the first night we got there. We were all fasting. The following night, we did the peyote ritual, which is inside of a teepee, and there are a dozen of us inside. And again, Jimmy Sparrowhawk's spirit, let's call it, dominates the situation. He's sort of an overwhelming character whose chanting and whose comments take over. After about an hour, there's vomiting and cleaning up and incense and all of that going on. I feel I have to get out of there, partly because I just needed some air, and partly because I felt that Jimmy Sparrowhawk was his presence was overwhelming. I left the teepee, and I'm walking around, and I see that there's a huge cauldron that somebody is stirring with a paddle. It turns out that this cauldron was cooking the feast that would be enjoyed by everybody the next day. And it was a combination of vegetables and beans and legumes. The person who was stirring it says, you want to try this? I said, sure. I started stirring, and she said to me, you got to be careful with this. First of all, we don't want anything sticking to the bottom, so you have to make sure that paddle scrapes the bottom. But secondly, be very, very gentle with it, because we don't want this becoming a mush. We want the vegetables and the beans and everything to have their individuality. I said, fine. I covered myself in a sleeping bag, and for hours I was stirring that cauldron. At some point, I felt that the cauldron spoke to me, and it said, stir me gently, but all the way to the bottom, which was the message the woman had given me, but I felt the cauldron was also giving me that message. That was an era where we took messages like that seriously. I absorbed that message. We all go to sleep, I guess, around 4, 5, 6 in the morning. The fire is turned off in the cauldron, and it sits, and it's going to remain very hot until noon, when we're all going to get together. At about noon, we're all gathered around the cauldron. We have plates in our hands ready to eat. Jimmy Sparrowhawk is by the cauldron. Maybe 20 or 30 yards away, he sees Dick Alpert approaching, and Sparrowhawk yells, Dick Alpert! He's a little bit overwhelmed by Sparrowhawk, and he says, Jimmy, I feel like I've known you through 100 incarnations. And I said, that's a wonderful line because it somehow expressed exactly how I felt in the presence of this guy. And at the same time, it wasn't exactly an insult. It could be taken either way. And it's a line that stuck with me all these years. Anyway, that was the experience in Santa Fe. I go back to San Francisco. It's now June of 1967, and boy, there must have been 50,000 kids that came into San Francisco. I, by this time, had run out of money. I go to Cave 7, and I find out that Bernie, the guy who owned the place, had kicked us out. Cave 7 was no longer available to me as a place to stay. So I don't have a place to stay, and I don't have any money. I have friends, and I can stay with friends for a certain amount of time. And I have the park. Sometimes, like these thousands of kids that are sleeping in the park, I join them. I have a sleeping bag. I can sleep in the park. One day in this period, somebody gave me some LSD, and I took it. I walked to the coast, to the rocks, right along the San Francisco coastline, and I threw my only pair of shoes into the Pacific. It seemed like the right thing to do, the Thoreau thing to do, to strip myself bare even of my shoes. For a couple of weeks, I went barefoot in San Francisco, which is strange because when you go barefoot, your feet feel things that your eye doesn't misses altogether. You know, these little bits of rocks and stones, little bits of glass that your eye would always miss if you have shoes on, but your foot is quite aware of as you step on it. At that point, I found out about the Diggers. Now, the Diggers were an anarchist group in San Francisco, and they were named after a group that had started in England in 1650 that was trying the very early socialists in the 1600s. And so this group had named itself after that group, a group that back then, 350 years ago, had tried to move their world into land reform and distribution of wealth, things that we still hear today, obviously. The Diggers had that same philosophy and that same ideas. The guy that I hooked up with there was a guy named Peter Berg. Peter was a brilliant guy who was full of ideas, and he influenced me a lot in the way he thought. And one of the things that Peter did was, first of all, they had a free store there where you could get clothes. And one of the things he wanted me to do was to cook a free meal for all these kids that had come into San Francisco. I wasn't obviously going to cook for 50,000, but we could cook for 100 people, let's say. There was a Unitarian church in that neighborhood in Haight-Ashbury that allowed us to use their kitchen to prepare food. We would go around in a vehicle that somebody had to go to the different supermarkets to get food that they would otherwise throw away. We would put all this together and make a stew out of it. I was cooking. And then we would take that large pot of stew to the park, to the panhandle of Golden Gate Park, and give it away to kids who knew about the fact that at 4 o'clock every day there was a free meal. There were things, obviously, that were changing. I mean, there was a lot of nudity happening at this time, too. And it was quite common at that time to see people running around the park naked. One time I was in the park and a lot of people were running around naked. In the middle of this, I saw a guy that I recognized. It happened to be one of the 3 English professors who had been a questioner during my master's degree oral exam. Another thing that happened during that summer was that dope became big business. Grass became big business. In 1965 and 66, people were selling marijuana on the street for practically nothing, and they were giving it away almost. Now it was big business. Gangs were taking over. There was a certain amount of violence. There were brutal incidents in the Haight, rapes, physical attacks, even murders. One of the women that I had gone to Santa Fe with was raped on Haight Street during the so-called Summer of Love. Toward the end of that summer, I applied for unemployment insurance, and I get it. And therefore, I get together with 6 of my friends, including Fluke and Choo Choo, who had been part of Cave 7, and a couple of other people, and a couple that I had gone to Santa Fe with also. 7 of us get together, and we rent an apartment on Potrero Hill in San Francisco that has 4 bedrooms. Well, actually, 3 bedrooms plus 1 little room, and the little room, because I'm alone, is mine. The 3 regular bedrooms are for the 3 couples. While I'm there, I become friendly and I develop a relationship with a neighbor woman named Teresa. She's a neighbor next door. And we're talking about the fact that I'd been to Vietnam a couple of times on ships. And she tells me, oh, she knows somebody who was in Vietnam as a photographer, as a war photographer, a guy named Dana Stone. And that if I ever go back to look him up, I register that name, I register in my head her suggestion. At about August or September, Chet Helms gets in touch with me. Now, if you remember this story, it was his brother John who had gotten me my Siemens document, and Chet I'd always remained in contact with. By this time, Chet is a well-known personality in San Francisco. He has started the Avalon Ballroom and the Family Dog, and in fact, when he died in 2005, people called him the father of the Summer of Love. He was a very important character in the music and just in general the tenor of life in San Francisco at this time. So Chet gets in touch with me, and he says, look, I have an idea, and maybe you can help me. We can brainstorm about it. And the idea is, I hate the word hippie, he says, and I said, I do too. I never use it. We ourselves never use the word hippie. We said, freaks, we're freaks. He said, well, I'm not crazy about freaks either, said Chet. But what I'm thinking is that we do a parade through Haight Street called the Death of Hippie. I said, oh, that sounds great. Let's do that. I don't remember who came up with the idea, but we were talking back and forth that we carry a coffin. We take a coffin with us all the way along Haight Street, and people throw in that coffin all their symbols of hippiness, of hippiedom. Chet says, my idea here is that all these kids, these tens and tens of thousands of kids who have come out here for the summer, that they go back home and they take the essence of what this is back to where they live. And it's therefore it continues in Iowa and Kansas, wherever they happen to be. I said, that's a great idea. He said, so if they cut their long hair, if they throw a joint, if they throw a tab of LSD, whatever they want to throw in that coffin, be great. That's terrific. This was planned for October 6th, 1967. And I'm there with Chet, and we're rolling this coffin, and people get the idea, understand, and they're throwing whatever symbol that they want to throw in there. And the big sign, Death of Hippie. This is all happening in the morning, maybe through 1 or 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon. We end up in Golden Gate Park, in what was called Hippie Hill, actually. And at about this time, I said, I'm ready to go. On October 6, 1967, I went to the SIU Hall, and I looked at the board to see if there was a ship going back to Vietnam. And I see one, and he's an ordinary seaman. It's called the Del Alba. I go up to Pat Scola, and I say, hey, Pat, I want that OS job on the Del Alba. He says, you got it, kid. The problem is, he says, that ship is leaving, and you're going to have to catch a pierhead jump. And I said, wow. A pierhead jump was something that I'd heard about. It was something that they say, you're not a real seaman unless you've done a pierhead jump. What's a pierhead jump? A pierhead jump is when you catch a ship as it's leaving, as it's actually at sea and heading out. And I told Teresa, and I had a friend named Barry who was living right nearby too, had a car. And Barry and Teresa drive me. I get all my stuff, and at 5 o'clock that afternoon, Barry and Teresa drive me over to port in San Francisco, and I get on the pilot boat there with my gear. The pilot boat takes me to the Del Alba as it's coming out, heading out toward the Golden Gate. The pilot comes down the Jacob's Ladder, and then I go up the Jacob's Ladder to get on board. They pull up the Jacob's Ladder, and we head west under the Golden Gate Bridge out to sea. And I've done a pierhead jump. I'm now a real seaman.
Chapter 11. The Del Alba and a Day with Dana Stone. Aboard the Del Alba, ship life becomes a circus of personalities, old rituals, and absurd routines, until Da Nang reappears and brings with it a wild adventure with war photographer Dana Stone.
I'm now an ordinary seaman on the Del Alba. As he goes through the Golden Gate Bridge, goes out to sea, we lose contact with San Francisco, with the world, as I've known it up to that point. We're in the middle of the ocean now. I'm on the 8 to 12. I had never been on the 8 to 12 watch before. On my first two ships, on the Northwestern Victory and on the Ames Victory, I had been on the 12 to 4 watch in both situations. The 8 to 12 is a little different because the 8 to 12 watch does sanitary, which is to say cleaning, what in the Navy they call swabbing and we call suging on ships. So we had to sugi the passageways where the deck crew sleeps and lives. First 2 hours every morning from 8 to 10. My job, Saturday and Sunday as well, was to sugi the deck and to clean up the area where the deck crew lives. And then after the coffee break would come at 10 o'clock. After that, I go to work on deck doing deck maintenance from 10:15 until noon. Or I go up to the wheel, because the way it works is that each person on the watch takes an hour and 20 minutes on the wheel. So very often, after the coffee break, I would go up to the wheel as well. You're there just with the mate on watch. Very rarely the captain would come up. Maybe at noon he'd come up and kind of take a look. Basically, it's you and the mate on watch. And often you're really not steering because it's on automatic pilot, what we call the iron mic. You're just basically watching to make sure that everything is okay. You're looking at the portholes. My watch partners in this particular ship, because it had originally crewed in Mobile, Alabama, and then come through the Panama Canal to the West Coast before it finished where I joined it, were two guys named Mason and Carmichael. They were both from the Deep South. Mason would tell pointless stories about getting drunk. A typical story of his was that he was one time in a port in Iran. This is long before Iran became a place that American ships don't go to. That time, the Shah was in charge of Iran. American ships would go there quite often. And he said he was in a port called Bandar Abbas in Iran, somehow manages to have gotten some whiskey. He puts it inside his jacket, and he goes ashore, and he decides he wants to see Tehran. For some reason, he wants to take a long bus ride to Tehran. And the first he's telling the story that he gets completely drunk, and after an hour, he's drunk out of his mind on this bus. And they stop the bus, and they take him off the bus. They take him to the police, and the police take him back to the ship. And those were the kinds of stories Mason constantly told. One time he says he was so drunk that he fell off the gangway, and there's a net that keeps anything that falls off the gangway from falling into the water or falling onto the dock. And he had fallen into that net between the gangway and the dock, and it saved his life. He was that drunk. Carmichael was a different story altogether. Carmichael was completely paranoid about conspiracies that were out to get him. He referred to the conspirators as the heathens. The heathens are out to get me. Who the heathens were, that varied from moment to moment, whether it's the captain, the mate on watch, me, other people on the ship. We were all heathens as far as he was concerned, and we were all out to get him. So these were my two watch partners on the ship, the two ABs on the 8 to 12 watch. Another character on the ship was the bosun, who was Johnny, middle-aged, paunchy, also from Mobile. His whole concern was preventing an accident, which is laudable. But the main reason he wanted to do that was to prevent paperwork. He didn't want to do any paperwork. fingers and toes, guys, fingers and toes. That was his mantra all the time. Don't step into any coiled line, fingers and toes. Another character on the ship was Big Red. Big Red was an oversized, big African-American guy from Mobile. He had reddish hair, and he was the crew messman. Normally, the crew messman is just a job. He's no different from any other. He's not the waiter at a restaurant. He's a guy who brings you the food. You order the food, he brings it to you. He's a crew member. He's a fellow crew member. You don't treat him like a waiter or anything. But he was a guy that took no shit from anybody, Big Red. I mean, it was very clear right away that he was doing you a favor by bringing you food. And that be nice to him, because otherwise he's going to get angry, and you don't want him to get angry. Like on every other ship, there's a bunch of us, young guys, who would hang out in the fantail, smoking grass, listening to music, telling stories to one another. And some of the people who would hang out on the fantail, one was an 18-year-old first-timer named Mike. He was kind of a gee-whiz kid who was galley man. A galley man is the one who cleans up in the galley, which is to say the kitchen on the ship, washing the pots, taking care of the dishes, making sure that the deck is clean, making sure that all the apparatuses, that the stoves and everything are cleaned. Another one was a guy named Mario, who was from Southern California. He had also joined the ship when I did in San Francisco. He was very funny. We would surgery the deck together. He was 12 to 4 ordinary. We'd be covered with soap and grease, because what you have is a long-handled mop kind of thing that you're swabbing the deck, surging the deck. He would go into a routine when we did this. He'd say, hey, no, I didn't start out like this. No, I started at the bottom, and I had to work my way up to this. Says it takes a lot of brain power to suji right. You just have to get into those corners and do it right. It's not an easy thing to do. You have to really learn how to do it right. By this time, we were all laughing hard. I just keep this constant patter. He would finish his routine by taking the long-handled suji brush and balancing it on a finger. Meanwhile, the soap is falling on his head, and then he'd actually put it on his nose and balance it that way, and we'd all applaud. It was a great bit that he used to do, because it helped pass the time, and it made fun of ourselves, which was always a wonderful thing in that situation. The mate on my watch, on the 8 to 12 watch on the Del Alba, was a guy named Nick. I believe his last name was either Papa George or Papadopoulos, Papa something. He was born in Greece. He had come to the States when he was a teenager. His English was perfect, and he was an American citizen, but he had an accent when he spoke English. He was an interesting character. He constantly kept up a conversation with me about himself. He was interested in who I was. I never talked about my educational background, but just he sensed it, and people would sense it, and they'd want to know what I thought about this, that, and the other, certainly about the war, about working on an ammo ship. All of these things were things that interested Nick, and he wanted to know about. I had read Jack London. I had read Seawolf. And there's a real nasty captain, a guy who was just bitter and angry, a horrible human being. And on this ship, on the Del Alba, we had a captain like that. He was silent most of the time. He would look at you like you were dirt, dismiss you. He had a very kind of nasty way of behaving and interacting with others. You could see every time Nick was trying to ingratiate himself with the captain. Whenever the captain came up to the bridge, at some point just before noon, Nick had to take the noon watch to find out where we were with a sextant. Nick would write out exactly what our location was, and the captain would take it from him there. So there was a moment when Nick felt he could kind of connect to the captain in some way. And Nick would sort of babble on about one thing and another, and about ports that we had been to. He mentions Curacao, and the captain kind of looks at him, and he says, hey, Captain, Skipper, have you been to Curacao? And I had never heard the captain actually interact with anybody up until this point. He looks at Nick, and he says, nigger pussy speaks Dutch. Then he walked off the bridge. Nick looks at me like, what was that? I finally got 4 words out of the guy, and that's what he told me? That was our captain. And that was Nick as well, trying to ingratiate himself with the captain. One time, Mason sees me writing in my journal. A lot of this stuff comes from the fact that I kept a journal during those years. He said, "You're writing about us?" I said, "Well, sort of, I guess. I'm writing about, what happens on this ship." "So you know how to write, huh?" I said, "Yeah." "Where are we going with this, Mason?" He said, "Well, I got this new woman in my life. I would like to send her a letter. If you could help me with it, I'd really appreciate it." I said, "Okay." So I worked with Mason trying to craft a letter to this new woman in his life. And then the word got around, and a couple other guys wanted me to do the same. And I sort of became the shipboard scribe. We're going across the Pacific, and it takes us 2 weeks to go across. And we go straight to Saigon. I go ashore with my friend Mario, who does all those sketches about the sujing on the ship. Mario's completely overwhelmed. He's been there before, but just the noise and the cowboys on those motor scooters grabbing at you and the women coming at you, the whole scene is just overwhelming. What had happened, as I mentioned before, in San Francisco, I had befriended a woman named Teresa who had told me to look up her friend Dana Stone when I got to Vietnam. Dana was a photojournalist. There's a bar that's kind of where the correspondents hang out. It's called the Foreign Correspondent Club, the FCC. And I went there and I said, "I'm looking for Dana Stone." And they said, "Oh, no, Dana's always in the boonies." I said, "Oh, okay, he's probably closer to Da Nang anyway." They said, "Okay, we're going to go to Da Nang anyway." Mari and I spent the day in Saigon. And the very next day, the ship actually went to Da Nang. It's a fairly short trip. It's only a few hours. We didn't have to secure gear, basically. We left everything more or less as it was, because we were just going north along the shoreline. We could see land the whole time. We tie up in Da Nang. By this time, by the way, a more secure port in Da Nang had been completed, more secure than the previous time we had been in Da Nang, where we'd been hit by a storm that blew us out to sea. By this time, the American Seabees and the American military had built a more secure port in Da Nang. So we go into Da Nang, and we tie up. I go ashore, and I go to the press club in Da Nang. I ask about Dana Stone, and they say, "Oh, Dana's out in the boonies, but why don't you leave a note? When he's in town, he always comes here to check in to see if there are any messages for him. I leave a note, and, we'll get it to him." The very next day, in the morning, Dana shows up at the ship. I had left the name of the ship and where we were and all that. I spend that entire day and evening with Dana Stone. He has a car, which he tells me he borrowed from a Newsweek reporter who's out in the boonies. But as we get off the ship, he's really interested in the ship. He wants me to take him around. He had worked on a ship. That's how he got himself interested in Vietnam in the first place. He had worked on a ship. He decided to come back on his own and try his luck as a photojournalist. Some of his pictures had been picked up by the different news services, and he was off and running. He's telling me all this as we're walking through, and there's this large area that we're walking through in the port where there are all this LSTs and tanks and everything that are semi-destroyed. All this large military equipment that is not functional at the moment, that is apparently being kept there so that they can be cannibalized for parts. As we're walking through this, there are hundreds of these LSTs and tanks and whatnot, and we get to the very end of it, and there's a small wire trash can that is empty. On it, it says, "Help keep Vietnam clean." I say to Dana, Americans, we're really, we're unconscious about our irony sometimes. And he says, "Yeah, I understand." We sort of hit it off. We get into this car that he's borrowed from the Newsweek reporter, and we drive into town, and we go to the press club to have a drink, a couple of drinks. That is filled with guys from Time and UPI and from AP and from the New York Times, whatever. All these guys are there. They're very cynical. They say, somebody got shot down in the air. He got the green weenie in the air. They refer to being shot down as getting the green weenie in the air. And I said, you guys are pretty cynical. And he says, you got to be. He says, you got to be cynical, otherwise it gets to you. We walked around, and as we're walking around, Dana's talking about his good friend, Sean Flynn. He's always going to the boonies together with Sean Flynn. They all live in a house in general called Frankie's House in Saigon. Sean Flynn is the son of Errol Flynn. He says, well, whenever I'm with Sean, he's a movie star himself. He had been in a couple of movies, the son of Captain Blood, movies like that. So the women are always, coming close around us. Dana himself, if I can describe him, was a little shorter than I, maybe 5'8", tough-looking, well-built. His nose came straight down from his forehead. He had a kind of a rat-like look about him. He wore an Australian bush hat, even though he had kind of fatigues on, but the Australian bush hat was a signal that he was not a soldier, that he was a civilian. So we're walking around in Da Nang. He called it Disneyland for the weird. It was just a show. People begging, people coming at you in this very hot and humid atmosphere. I say something to him about, where are we? What is this place? Where are we? Hey, listen, man, he said, we're all prostitutes. You're a prostitute for working on a ship that's carrying ammo. I'm a prostitute for taking photos and making a living of it. So, make no judgments about this. I said, you're right, man, you're right. We go to an opium den in that same area where I had gone to an opium den on my first ship, similar to it. We're doing pipes and we're stoned on the opium, and we go out to dinner. Dana loved, obviously, his relationship to Sean Flynn was a very close one, but the other person that he always referred to was Graham Greene, the British writer who had spent the 1950s in Vietnam during the French Indochina War, but the Americans were beginning to filter in, and Graham Greene's book, The Quiet American, deals with that. When we're going to dinner, I say to Dana, where are we going to go? And he said, we're going to go to Graham Greene's favorite restaurant, that sort of thing. I said, by the water? He said, oh, no. This area has funny tides. And he meant that you could get a bomb at you if you were right by the water. I said, I understand. By the end of that night, we spent this, day and night together. And I feel close to this guy. There's a certain, during dinner, I've been talking about the fact that I'd memorized poems, and that helped me survive on the ship, especially when I'm on lookout at night by myself. And in reference to the fact that he's talking constantly about how dangerous it is to do what he's doing. How, in fact, he was hit by shrapnel, and Sean was hit by shrapnel, and it's impossible to avoid getting hit by shrapnel eventually if you're in that situation. So I recited a poem to him by William Butler. It's a short poem, and in it has a line, I balanced all, brought all to mind. The years to come seemed waste of breath. The years behind, a waste of breath in balance with this life, this death. The sense of taking a risk. I didn't recite it correctly, but that was the gist of the poem. Why does one take a risk? There's something in that moment of risk that outweighs your entire life in the balance. Everything else is less important, less exciting, less fundamental than that moment when you take a life and death risk. Dana, trying to defend himself, why he was doing this. Eventually, during the course of the night, he drives me back to the ship. As we're driving back to the ship, we had to go through checkpoints, American checkpoints. And there are guys who wave us through, and one guy kind of fired a rifle in the air, and, just a sign of, hey. It was that kind of crazy Vietnam scene. As we're going, he starts telling me about massacres that he's seen. This was long before the world knew about My Lai and the massacres that occurred, where entire villages were wiped out. He had seen that, and he knew about it, and he had taken photographs of it, but they hadn't been published. And you could see that he was just overwhelmed by it at this point, and the verge of tears. When we got to the base of the gangway of my ship, we hugged, and I wished him well, and he wished me well. We'd had a day where we really felt close to one another. The end of this particular story is that 2.5 years later, Dana Stone and Sean Flynn went to Cambodia because they'd heard there were rumors that there were U.S. troops in Cambodia. We knew that the U.S. had bombed Cambodia in order to try to get some of the Viet Cong that had taken shelter there. But there were rumors that there were actual American troops, and they wanted to get a photograph of that. Sean and Dana, in early 1970, in April 1970, had gone to Phnom Penh, Cambodia, gotten themselves a couple of motor scooters, went off into the boonies, and were never heard from again. They disappeared. A lot of people have tried to find out what happened, and then no one knows exactly what happened. They were probably killed by the precursors to the Khmer Rouge, because they were called something else at that time. They were called the KC, the Khmer Communists. But we have no proof of that.
Chapter 12. When the Mooring Lines Snap. After 3 weeks at sea, psychological mooring lines snap. Switchblades come out, secrets spill, and a drifter with big promises comes aboard.
After Da Nang, we went to Manila for bunkers, oil and water. We didn't tie up. However, a launch came to the ship to drop a guy off who came on board. And this is a guy named Ray. Ray was not a merchant seaman. He had been hanging out in Manila. He had run out of money. He was trying to survive. The U.S. consulate there was trying to get him back to the States in some way. And so they arranged with our ship, with the Del Alba, to have Ray come on board and work his way back to the States in the steward department. It became very important to me, this fact, because I realized that one could be abroad, one could be in any part of the world, and catch a job on a ship. And for me especially, I had my merchant marine document. I could get a job on a ship. It got in there, and later on I used it many, many times, because during the course of my life, during these next few years, I caught 2 ships out of Bombay in this manner. I caught a ship out of Karachi in this manner. I got 2 ships out of Buenos Aires. I did that a lot. And it became part of the way that I lived my life, was to be able to catch a ship from abroad. And it was Ray's coming onto the ship this way that triggered this idea. Things were fairly calm across up until a certain point. What always happens on a ship, in my experience, is that the first 2 weeks, guys are pretty normal and pretty sane, except for guys like Mason and Carmichael who were insane to begin with. The third week, I used to refer to it as psychological mooring lines breaking loose. Whatever kind of craziness people have, they've kept hidden or kept locked up or kept under control, that third week drives them crazy. And in this case, what happened was that the ship, instead of going to the West Coast after crossing the Pacific, they gave us orders to go to New Orleans, which means we went down the west coast of the U.S. and Mexico, down to the Panama Canal, cross the Panama Canal. Nobody gets off when you're going through the Panama Canal. You're just going through it. And then go north after you get to the other side in order to get to New Orleans. So you're really into more than 3 weeks at sea at this point. One of the main things that happened was that Nick, especially during that third week, during the night watch, I'm talking about from 8 to 12 at night, when there would be nobody on the bridge. The captain would never come to the bridge at night. We were on automatic pilot, so we're just kind of looking out at the sea, and Nick starts using me as a therapist. He starts telling me his life story, about his parents, about the way his father mistreated him, about how his friends have betrayed him. All of this stuff starts coming night after night after night. During 8 to 12 daytime watch, Nick would never do that because there was always the possibility that the captain might come up to the bridge at that time. But at night, Nick used to tell me his story. The longest part of the story had to do with his marriage. He had been married to a woman who, one day when he was working on the ship, Nick gets a letter from her, and it's a very erotic letter. And this is totally out of character for his wife. In it, she asked him 2 things. 1, please write me a letter back in the same vein, an erotic letter about what we're going to do together when you get back. Another thing is, please destroy this letter. I don't want the guy who does sanitary in your forecastle in your room to find that letter. So please destroy it. So he's telling me the story. On a previous voyage, this had happened. He wrote her back a very erotic letter, he tells me. Then he gets back to where he lived in New Orleans, and when he gets to his apartment, his wife knew that he was coming in such and such a time and such a day. All of his stuff is down on the street. She's up on the second floor window, yelling at him, get away, there's all your stuff, just leave and leave me alone. And he can't understand this. He was all set for amazing sexual reconnection with her after that letter. And she told him she didn't want to see him again. It was over. At the same time, she waves the letter, the erotic letter he had written, saying, and I'm going to use this against you. I've never heard a story like this, but he got himself an attorney, and at the first gathering of the attorneys and the clients against one another, he held up a letter pretending that he hadn't burned the letter from her, and so therefore he could use that against her. In any case, Nick said that he's never had good luck with women, things had always been terrible, that all these pain and insults that his father had hurled at him. He goes on and on and on. That's on the one side. That's going on with Nick. That's one of the mooring lines that has broken loose. Another mooring line that breaks loose is between my watch partner Mason and Big Red, the crew messman, the African-American with sort of reddish hair. We're in the mess room, and Mason makes the mistake, the horrible mistake, of calling Big Red boy. And at this point, Big Red goes crazy, and appropriately so. And he goes up, gets nose to nose with Mason, and he says, you call me boy? Boy? He said, did you ever see a boy with a 12-inch stick? Did you? And Mason backs off. And he says, hey, man, I didn't mean anything by that. He does not request any proof of Big Red's penis size, by the way. Mason can't stop talking about this for the rest of the trip as we get into New Orleans. Did you see what that guy did? You see? And yes, he used the N-word. You see what that N did? You see? He was about to hit me. He was going to, I'm going to bring up a case. I have a case. When we get in, I'm going to talk to the insurance company. I have a case. Mason is sure that this is a case that he's going to win. Another thing that happens is, I mentioned before that there was an 18-year-old, a young galley man named Mike, who used to hang out with us on the fantail. We had on the ship a 300-pound openly gay fireman. This drove Mason crazy, because the first day of the ship, Mason, my watch partner, the first day of the ship, Mason goes up to Sweepy, the 300-pound fireman, and says, you got any cigarettes? Sweepy says to him, I don't smoke cigarettes, I smoke dicks. It's another thing that Mason can't stop talking about during the rest of the trip. Do you hear what he said? During that third week, after we get out of the Panama Canal and are heading up to New Orleans, Sweet Pea is constantly flirting with Mike. The galley man, among other things, preps vegetables. Some of these vegetables, as we know, are phallic looking. We're talking about cucumbers and carrots and things like that. Sweet Pea is there salivating the whole time, making goo-goo eyes at Mike, until Mike becomes tired of this and complains to the steward, who is the head of his department, that he doesn't want to have this 300-pound fireman making goo-goo eyes at him and making these erotic gestures at him all the time. The steward then complains to the chief engineer, who is the boss, who is Sweet Pea's boss, and the chief engineer says, "We're not going to take this any further." He said, "Just tell Mike to go into the galley and cut the vegetables in the galley where you can't be seen from the passageway and leave us alone." That doesn't go any further. Another thing that happens is we're heading to New Orleans is we have a wiper who's a Native American that we've all called Chief. I mean, everybody calls him Chief. The captain calls him Chief. We call him Chief. Everybody calls him Chief. Big Red calls him Chief. "Hey, Chief, what do you want for lunch?" You know, that kind of thing. One day, Chief is sitting in the middle of the passageway where you can't go past him, and he's got a switchblade knife, and he's opening it and closing it, opening it and closing it, opening it and closing it. Pretty soon somebody goes up to the old man and says, "You know, Chief is down there, and he's kind of doing this screwy thing. He's sitting in the passageway, and he's opening, and we can't get through. We can't get past him because he's got the switchblade knife." Finally, this nasty old man, nasty captain, comes down and says, "Hey, Chief, what's up here? What are you doing?" Chief sees the old man. He says, "My name is not Chief. My name is Elroy. I don't want to hear the word Chief again. It's demeaning, and my people have been in this country long before yours people even thought about that there was a place called America. My name is Elroy, and that's what I want to be called." The old man says, "Okay, sure. Got it, Elroy. You're Elroy from now on. Now please put your knife away. Get back to work." Elroy closes the knife, gets back to work. Then we hear a story from one of the people that gets together at night is the crew messman. He's great because he hears all these stories from the licensed people, from the mates and engineers. And he tells us the following story. Said the old man was told the following story. This guy Carmichael, that's my watch partner, Carmichael, came to the old man to complain that there were conspiracies on board against him, against Carmichael. And the old man says, "What?" He said, "Yeah, there's conspiracies, and it's being carried out by heathens. The heathens, they want to kill me." And so the old man says, "I don't know whether to laugh at this guy or to do what." And he says, "Look, all right, I hear you. I'll take care of it. You just go and do your work, okay?" Another thing that happens is Ray, the drifter that we picked up in Manila, every night he's gathering a bunch of guys around him and telling him stories about this coffee plantation in Brazil that he owns, this rubber plantation in Indonesia that he's part of, and he's saying, "Look, if you guys want to stop working on ships and make a lot of money, you can invest in these plantations." They're doing, he had affidavits, he had things that he showed, photographs that he. I talked to the guy separately, and I say, "Please be careful with this guy. He's a con man. Don't do anything. Don't invest any of your money." But someone's saying, "No, you don't understand. Look, he's got photographs. Please, hold your money, save your money. Don't invest anything that he talks about. This guy's a con man." Another thing that happens as we're getting close to New Orleans is that Nick makes a pass at me, a sexual pass at me, but it's very subtle. I'm working with no shirt on, as happens. You're out there working. In the mess room, you have to go in with a shirt. But otherwise, you don't have to wear a shirt. When you're working, it's hot. I go up to the bridge to be on watch with Nick, and he says, "I was looking at you, and I didn't want to say anything because it was subtle. I didn't want to get into a situation where he said, 'No, I didn't mean that. You're mistaking me,' and all that." So I just kept quiet. That's, again, part of the process of mooring lines breaking loose during the third week. When we get to New Orleans, Nick says to me, "You're going to stay on the ship, aren't you?" And I said, "What do you mean?" "We're not finished with my therapy. If these times that we're together at night, like on watch, that's your therapy. You're the person I talk to, and I tell all my stuff to, and you got to stay on the ship." No, Nick. I'm paying off. I'm getting off the ship. That's it." He says, "So you're betraying me?" I said, No, Nick. I have my life to live. God bless you. I hope everything works out for you. Goodbye." So we paid off in New Orleans, and I had a voucher to fly back to San Francisco, but I decided to go to Baltimore instead to visit my parents, whom I hadn't seen in years. And I knew that they were worried, concerned about the life I was living. But visiting them turned out to be a terrible idea.
Chapter 13. The Freest Guy on the Planet. After a tearful family farewell, Roberto returns to San Francisco to find his room in Cave 7 and his life occupied by unexpected grace.
On the Del Alba, we paid off in New Orleans. I had a voucher to fly back to San Francisco, but I decided to go to Baltimore instead to see my parents, whom I hadn't seen in years. And I've been in touch with them very rarely, whether by phone or letter. So I go to Baltimore, and I spend one night with them, and it's very awkward. It's like they're walking on eggshells. They don't want to say anything to me about what I'm doing. They're afraid, perhaps, that if they do, that I will cut them off completely and not have any contact with them at all. I kind of feel that vibe coming from them. In the morning, I have my sea bag, and I'm ready to go, and they live in an apartment building, and we go out into the hallway of that apartment building. It's a Jewish neighborhood in northwest Baltimore. Both my parents are in the hallway, and we're saying goodbye. And all of a sudden, my father starts to cry. I don't think I'd ever seen him cry before. He had a kind of a military background. He was small, but he was a tough guy. And the crying took on its own energy. He started to sob. And I knew what this was about. It was obvious what it was about. It was about the life I had chosen to live at that time. His inability to do anything to change me and to change the way I was living. The frustration he felt at what I was doing with my life. And I hated that they had these expectations for me. I hated that they felt that I had to live my life for them and not for me. And I didn't want to play that game at all. It was my life, and if I wanted to destroy it, it was mine to destroy. I was very aware of my father sobbing, of the pain of that, and the pain it was causing my mother as well. And I couldn't just walk away. So the three of us all just stood there in that hallway while my father cried. It was a sort of timeless tableau of family grief. I realized there was nothing I could do to help him through that pain and to help him through the crying and the sobbing that he was going through. It was a tableau as ancient as the human race. Parents feeling that their child has gone astray, unable to do anything about it. My mother finally spoke while my father was still sobbing but unable to control himself. And my mother said, "All I hope is that someday you have a child that does to you what you've done to us." And she said it with a kind of flat affect that really, really affected me. I was overwhelmed by that. And with that curse, my mother's curse, deep in my gut, I just ran away. I went down the hallway, got on the elevator, got as far away as I could, as quickly as I could. I went to the airport, and I flew back to San Francisco. Before I had left San Francisco, I lived with 6 other people. We had rented an apartment on Potrero Hill. I mentioned that earlier. It was an apartment with 3 real bedrooms and 1 small room, since I was alone, that I was using as my bedroom. So I was headed back there, and I didn't get in touch with them ahead of time to let them know that I was coming back. I wanted to surprise them. So I flew into San Francisco. I took a taxi over to the apartment on Potrero Hill. I still had a key, so I walked in the door. I put my tea bag down, and I shouted, "Honey, I'm home." "What?" All of a sudden they were shocked and surprised that I was there, and they all came and hugged, and we all hugged one another, and it was wonderful. And then there was some vibe there that was kind of strange. We were laughing and whooping, but I said something about my little room, and they said, "Well, there's something we have to tell you." Over the last few days, a friend of a friend, a young woman who was in her 9th month of pregnancy, had asked if she could stay there for a few days. And I said, okay. I mean, what are you going to say when somebody's about to give birth? You say, yes, of course you can have it. And what I had was a mattress on the floor. And she had been sleeping for the last couple of days on that mattress in the little room that was supposedly mine. I talked with her. Her name was Jenny. I'd never met her before, never seen her before. She said, "Listen, it's okay. You can share it with me. It's fine." And I said, "If you're okay with that, I'm okay with that." After we all had an evening together, I went to that small bedroom, to that mattress, and she was already asleep. I tried to lay down in the quietest way I could so as not to disturb her, and she was lying on her back. And during the next few hours, it was the first time that I'd ever been in a bed with a pregnant woman about to give birth, obviously, any day. It was the most exciting thing I'd ever felt in my life. It was the most exciting moment I'd ever had. You always have fantasies of what a first night back is going to be, and this was so much crazier and more wonderful and more exciting than anything I could have imagined. It blew me away. I couldn't sleep. I was so excited. I remember that a voice kept going through my head that whole night saying, "Life goes on. Life goes on." After those 3 ships that I had taken to Vietnam, the Northwestern Victory, the Ames Victory, and the Del Alba, I never went back to Vietnam. But my sea career, my career as a merchant seaman, as a deckhand, was far from over. I worked on a ship called the Columbia that went through the Panama Canal and back. I worked on a ship called the Andrew Jackson that went up the coast. I worked on a ship called the Steel King that also went back through the Panama Canal. All these trips through the Panama Canal. I ended up in New York at one point, and I had already accumulated enough watch standing time. In order to become an AB, an able-bodied seaman, you have to have accumulated a certain amount of watch standing time. By the time I got back to New York, after my sixth ship, the Steel King, I had accumulated enough time. So the SIU, the union, put me through a 3-week course to prep me for the AB exam, and I would go every day to Brooklyn to the SIU hall to get prepared for that exam. And then at the Coast Guard station in Lower Manhattan in the Battery, I went to take the AB test. The AB test consisted of 3 parts. The first part was a question and answer, multiple choice kind of thing about shipboard procedures, deck procedures. And then the second part was to do knots and splices, and I was good at this. I knew how to do a bowline, I knew how to do a round turn and 2 half hitches, I knew how to splice a line. That was all fine. The third part of the test was I actually went down into the water, into the Hudson River, with a small boat and a Coast Guard person with me, asking me what I would do if there was an emergency situation and I had to be in charge of that lifeboat. I passed, and I got my AB ticket, and I'm very proud of having gotten my AB ticket, just as proud as my master's degree. It was a wonderful, I felt, accomplishment. So now I had my AB ticket. I was in New York. I go to the SIU hall in New York, in Manhattan, and there are ships available for me to get as an AB. I look and I see that there's an India run. Well, I'd always wanted to go to India and Pakistan and Bangladesh. Wasn't called Bangladesh at the time, it was East Pakistan. I wanted to go to those places. So I threw in and I got an AB job on the 8 to 12 watch on a ship called the Steel Traveler. I always felt that was the best name for a ship available, the Steel Traveler. It sort of summed up what a ship should be. I'm AB, I'm required to go aloft now. As an ordinary seaman, I could if I wanted to, but I wasn't required to go aloft. But as an AB, I had to go aloft, and they had strung a wire to the port in order to communicate with the port captain. And the first night, as they were pulling that wire off that night, it got stuck on the mast aft of the house. It was at the very top. The bosun said, Maynard, you're an AB now. You got to go up there and free that line. And it was at night. I couldn't see very much. So I climb up the mast. I go up to King Post and then climb up the mast, and I'm 50 feet off the ground. And the problem is the stack is blowing smoke right in my face. And I can't see and I can't breathe. But I'm up at the very top and I'm feeling around trying to feel for that wire. My eyes are closed. Finally, I do feel something, and I kind of pull it. I pull that wire, and I hear a zing sound, and all of a sudden, I know that it's been freed. I start going down, and I tell the bosun, I can't see, and I can't breathe. He says, come with me. And he takes me by hand so that we go into the house so I can wash my face and wash my eyes. That was my first day as an able seaman. That was a really good trip as an AB. 5-month trip. I saw India, a number of ports. I was fascinated by India. I was in Bombay and Madras and Calcutta, places that were part of my fantasies about where I wanted to go and what I wanted to see. I was determined to go back there at some point. With the money that I made on that ship, and I made good money on that ship. There was a lot of overtime. This was no longer the kind of automatic overtime that the government was paying for. This was the shipping company that was paying for it. I played poker. I did okay in poker. I won a few $100. Right after I got back to New York, I went to Europe and started traveling. And for the next 16 months, I traveled off the money that I'd made on that one trip to India. I I was in Europe, I was in Spain and France, and then North Africa, I was in Morocco, traveled across to Algeria and Tunis. From there, I took a boat over to Italy and went across Italy. Eventually, I landed in Istanbul, where I had an old friend who was living there and working there. And I spent 4 months in Istanbul, just living my life. Then I kept on moving across Asia, across Iran, which one could go through at that time, and Afghanistan. And finally, I got to Kashmir, spent 6 weeks in a houseboat in Kashmir. Eventually ended up in India at an ashram. One ashram I stayed for 4 months, another one for a month or two. Altogether 6 months at different ashrams. Each one is different from one another. They all have something to do with meditation and yoga, but in different ways of dealing with it. Some are places where you practice yoga and meditation every day. Other places you study Vedanta and you study the philosophy behind it. When I was running out of money 16 months after I had started this, I was in Bombay. I remembered that there was a guy named Ray who had gotten on a ship in the Philippines when we were on the Del Alba. I went to the U.S. consulate in Bombay and said, I'm a merchant seaman, I'm an able seaman, showed them my card. I would like to work on a ship to get back to the U.S. And they found me a ship called the Green Valley. This was not an SIU ship, it was an NMU ship, a National Maritime Unit. Made no difference to me. It made no difference to them. So I got on the ship, and it was very interesting because the bosun was black on the ship. A couple of the deckhands were black. The SIU had been completely white, lily white, in the deck department. The NMU apparently was not. And I was really surprised by this and happy about it. I worked on the Green Valley for almost 2 months until we got back, saw some other parts of India that I hadn't seen. When we landed in New York 2 months later, I had money in my pocket. And also now I was part of the NMU as well as the SIU. So I went back to San Francisco to see my friends. And while I was there, I went to the NMU, the National Maritime Union Hall, because I was now part of their union. I got a job on a ship called the Eagle Leader out of San Francisco. I was quartermaster. Quartermaster on a ship means that all you do is steer the ship. This was a supertanker carrying oil. We were going to Alaska to get oil, get crude oil. 7 hours a day, I would take a half-hour break every 4 hours. So I was on the wheel for 3.5 hours in the morning and then 3.5 hours at night. I was on the wheel of the supertanker. I was quartermaster. I could work overtime if I chose to, on deck doing the same thing, but this was a new ship now. So it really didn't need all the rust work that I'd done on these old ships that had gone to Vietnam. After that, I caught another AB job on a ship called the Gaines Mill that went to Hawaii twice. First time I'd ever been to Hawaii. With the money that I made on those 2 trips, I decided they'd travel again. And I spent the next year traveling through Latin America with the money I'd made on those 2 ships. I felt that the kind of life I was living, I was the freest guy on the planet. I could make money off a ship, travel with that money, and not worry about coming back because I knew that I could go to a port and catch a ship and work my way back and get back to the States with money in my pocket. So that's exactly what I did. I spent 12 months living in Latin America, mostly in Rio de Janeiro, where I had a lot of friends, and in Buenos Aires. It was in Buenos Aires that I met Betty, and I fell in love with her.
Chapter 14. Dropping Anchor. In the shadow of the Strait of Magellan, a friend dies, and back in Argentina, a new life begins. Roberto drops anchor, choosing a new kind of adventure.
When I was in Buenos Aires at the end of 1971, I met Betty and I fell in love. We started living together. She was apartment sitting for a friend of hers. I stayed with her, and we traveled together. We traveled all the way down to Tierra del Fuego. We traveled to the glaciers in the Andes, and we had a wonderful time. And we went up north to Brazil to Carnival in February, where she met some of my friends. When I had lived in Rio de Janeiro, we stayed with them. In March or April of 1972, I was running out of money. So I went to the U.S. consul in Buenos Aires, and I said, look, I'm an AB, journeyman deckhand. Let me know when I can catch a ship that needs somebody. I would go in every 2 or 3 days to check in with them. And I caught a ship called the Santa Ana in Buenos Aires. The Santa Ana was from the Third Union, was the Sailors' Union of the Pacific. So now I'm having an experience with still the Third Union. Actually, the SUP, Sailors' Union of the Pacific, shared that union hall with the SIU in San Francisco, so I kind of knew about them. I caught that ship out of Buenos Aires, and it was what seamen call a romance run. A romance run is one that goes to South America, to all these great ports in South America, all these great ports in Colombia, Cartagena, Barranquilla, and the ports in Brazil to Santos and Rio de Janeiro and Buenos Aires. It's a trip where they come back with no money at all because they've spent it all on these wonderful ports. That's why it's called a romance run. I got on that ship. I was an AB on the 8 to 12 watch. During the course of the first few days, I became friendly with the guy that relieved me. He was on the 12 to 4 watch, a guy named Gene. He was a guy about 60 years old, and I liked him. He was a sensitive guy. He was honest about his own failings. And when we left Buenos Aires, we went straight south along the coast of Argentina, heading toward the Strait of Magellan. As required on all ships, during the hours of darkness, you have to have somebody on the bow doing lookout. And the 3 people on the watch take turns, so each one does an hour and 20 minutes. And you rotate, so sometimes on the 8 to 12 watch, I would be on lookout, say, 20 to 11 until midnight. And then Gene would come to relieve me because he's on the 12 to 4 watch. And I would just hang out with Gene on the bow. We're talking. He's telling me about himself. I'm telling him about myself. And we really got along well. He told me the following story about himself. This was the first ship he had been on in more than a year and a half. Why? Because he had been in a terrible, terrible accident on a ship. I mentioned before that when we were in a storm in Da Nang, that a mooring line parted and we had to run and kind of replace it with another mooring line, and then another mooring line parted. That's because those lines were made of sisal. They were made of natural fiber. A more advanced, a newer ship will use a line that's made of synthetic material. That line does not part in the same way. A sisal line will part when pressure is put on it. But a synthetic line just gets smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where it's the size of smaller than a baseball. If that line breaks, imagine a rubber band multiplied by 1,000,000. He was on a ship where a synthetic line had parted, and that line had swung with enormous force, and it had killed somebody on that ship, a fellow seaman, and it had taken the leg off another seaman. And Gene, it had hit him on his side. It affected some of his organs. He was in the hospital for a long time. He was given a not fit for duty for another year. He had to stay at home and recover. And he had no family. He had had women in his life, but he had no children and no woman that was part of his life. And he was staying with his sister and his brother-in-law in Northern California. This was the very first ship that he had been on, having been not fit for duty for 18 months. He had a great time. And the guys on the ship talked about him, that he had spent every penny he had. He had treated everybody to drinks when he went ashore. And he'd involved with women when he went ashore to places like Santos and Rio. He had just had the best time. I liked him immediately. Whenever I overlapped his watch, we would talk. Also in the mess room, we would talk. He started giving me advice about my life. I never said anything about I haven't been to college or anything like that, but, guys on ships realize that. He did it in a very nice way. He wasn't overbearing. He wasn't like my parents or something. But he was a cool guy who had lived a very cool life. And he said, listen, Maynard, he says, you're better than this. You don't want to end up on the bitter end of a suji brush. And that was an expression that stuck in my mind. The bitter end, actually, an expression that comes from ships. It's the end of a line when you're pulling it around a capstan. It's the bitter end. And he said, you don't want to end up at the bitter end of a suji brush. And of course, the suji brush is what we call to swab the deck. And I understood what he meant. But he was saying is, you don't want to end up like me. He said, what are you going to leave behind? No, you don't belong on ships. Gene wasn't the first person to tell me that, but I listened to him, and I really kind of took it to heart. I hear you, Gene. I hear you. In the Strait of Magellan, you always have a pilot. From the time you go in until you leave the Strait of Magellan, there's a pilot, which means there's always two people on the bridge. There's the mate on watch, plus the pilot, plus the quartermaster, the helmsman, the guy who's steering, which would be me or Gene or somebody like that. So there's always three people in the wheelhouse. It's 3 a.m, and somebody comes and wakes us up. That's an emergency. Anytime somebody wakes you up at 3 a.m. and you're not on watch, that's overtime. And they don't do it casually. There has to be a good reason, and we're all concerned, what's going on? Just come up to the bridge, shut up and come up, get dressed, put your work clothes on and come up to the bridge. When we get up to the bridge, when we get up to the wheelhouse, it's kind of dark, of course, inside, but you can see a little bit, and your eyes get accustomed to the dark. And I realize that there's a body lying on the floor. And I realize, as I look at that it's Gene. Gene's body is lying on the deck. The mate on watch has taken over the wheel, and the pilot is giving the mate instructions. And the mate says, he's dead. He was dead before he hit the deck. I'm just shocked. This is Gene, who's been my friend. He's been my mentor, and he's dead? He says, how do you know? Just touch him. He's dead. Feel him. He's not moving. Okay. So what do we do? The old man has been alerted. The chief mate has been alerted. They're all down at the main deck. Take that body, the 4 of you, take that body down to the main deck. And so somebody on my watch says, what do? We use a winch or something? No, Norwegian steam. Norwegian steam means brute force. Each of us grabs an arm and a leg. 4 of us are carrying him. And it's very clumsy. Gene didn't weigh that much, but it's dead weight. And we have to carry him through very narrow doorways, through very narrow ladders. And the arms are falling and the legs are skipping, and it's almost like a Three Stooges, it's like this thing where this body is bumping into the bulkhead and falling here, and we can't help but laugh in the situation. It's like, whistling past the grave. We were laughing at our own clumsiness, at the stupidity of the situation, at the craziness of it, trying to carry this body down 4 decks from the wheelhouse down to the main deck, and it's falling and it's hitting the side. Finally, we're able to get him down to the main deck, and the captain and the chief mate are there waiting for us. And the bosun has also been alerted. So the 3 of them are there as they see us, the 4 of us, carry this body down to the main deck. And the 3 of them are talking about, what are we going to do? And they say, well, look, we got to put this body in the freezer. We got 2 freezers on board. We got the freezer where we keep our frozen food for our own meals, and we get the large freezer that we use for carrying frozen cargo, like shrimp, for example, which we had picked up a whole lot of kilos of shrimp we were carrying from Brazil to San Francisco. The captain takes over the situation. He says, all right, let's put him in our food freezer for the moment. And tomorrow, I want you guys to wrap him in tarp, and we'll put him into the freezer where the shrimp are. The bosun is saying, we're going to put him next to the frozen shrimp? And the captain says, we got no choice. Until we find out what the family wants to do with this body, we have no choice. So that's what we do. I was really disappointed in what happened next because I was hoping for a burial at sea because I'd never seen one. I'd never been on a ship where somebody died. And this was a guy I liked, a friend. And I thought, wow, maybe some of us could say something about him. The captain would give a little speech. Maybe I could give a little speech. It's what Gene deserved. That was a fantasy. They got in touch with the family, and the family said, no, bring him back. And so we were denied that opportunity to give him a burial at sea. It really bothered me that Gene was down with the frozen shrimp. It bothered all of us. That's the way it was. We paid off in San Francisco. I went back to Argentina to be with Betty. We traveled together. And eventually, when we were back in Argentina at one point, we had to go back because her father had died. We find out that she's pregnant. What do we do about it? We talk it over, and I said, let's go on with this. Let's do it. We were both unsure, but we decided that that's what we would do. I realized that this is the end of my maritime adventure. I'm not going to continue working as a seaman if I'm a father and a husband. As seamen say, I'm going to drop the hook, which is to say I'm going to drop anchor and settle down. 8 years I had worked as a seaman, actually 3 years at sea, 5 years of travel. But I'd worked, that was my only job for 8 years. I'd worked on 14 different ships as a deckhand. That was it, from 1966 to 1974. And I think I was ready to change at that time. I was ready to be a husband and a father. And I was okay with that. Raising children, being in a couple. I thought of it as a different kind of adventure. My parents lived long enough to see me change. They lived long enough to see me have children, their grandchildren. They lived long enough to see me live a more or less settled life, if not a normal life, at least a settled one. My mother's curse did not come true. I have a great relationship with my kids. Rafi and Zeke, 2 boys, 2 sons. They know about my past. And in fact, when the movie of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas came out, my son Rafi called and said, your scene is in the movie. And he was talking about the scene where Hunter and I are sitting down in the men's room sucking granules of LSD off my sweater. That scene is in the movie. During these last 50 years, I haven't worked on ships. I've done many things, and mostly involving writing for television, for newspapers, magazines, a book of investigative journalism. I've written fiction and nonfiction. And I suppose, when I go back to that phrase that went through my head during my first LSD trip, go everywhere, do everything, be everyone, that writing is a way of being everyone. When I think about those 8 years that I worked as a merchant seaman, the world has changed. And not just because now everybody knows where you are, exactly where you are and what you're doing, and there are drones that can tell us exactly what's happening. But the kind of things that I did back then cannot be done now. There's too much security, too many hoops to go through, too many ways to check up on you and your past. Nowadays, you can't just say, oh, I'm going to work on a ship and then be working on one the next day, much less an ammunition ship going to a war zone. And even if you were to work on a ship now, it's not the same. Ships have changed. The Victory ships that I worked on are museum pieces. There are 3. There's one in Richmond, one here in San Pedro, and one in Tampa, Florida. The ships that are at sea now are very different. The ships I worked on have all been scrapped. They've been turned into razor blades. The new ships, they don't require the old-style seamanship, that dance of 10 or 11 guys trying to lower a boom. It was occasionally a dangerous dance. That's gone. That's finished. Ships are automated now. You want to batten a hatch? Push a button. You want to lower a boom? Push a button, a different button. Because of containerization, ships are in and out of port in hours nowadays. In 1973, one of the last ships I worked on was a bulk carrier called American Rice. It's a ship that carries, for example, fertilizer. And this ship, we were taking, I don't know how many thousands of tons of fertilizer to Pakistan, to Karachi. And every day, dozens and dozens of very small longshoremen, very tiny guys, each one weighing 90 pounds, maybe, 40, 50, 60 of these guys would come, and they had these shovels that you use in the army that you can bend into a kind of 90-degree, and they would hack away at this fertilizer, which had gotten wet during the trip across, and therefore had caked. So they had to hack at it. 6 weeks we were in the port of Karachi, next to the dock. I would go ashore every day. I made friends in Karachi. I had my favorite restaurant, the ABC Chinese restaurant. I even went to see a play. I saw Waiting for Godot, at the American Cultural Center. You become part of the life of a place if you stay there for 6 weeks. Now it's different. You come into port, you're out in hours. There are machines that can suck up all that fertilizer and remove it from the ship. If you're lucky, you get one overnight on a ship nowadays because of automation. Am I nostalgic about those old ships? Yes, I am. When I lie in bed at night, sometimes the names of those ships come back to me. The Northwestern Victory, Ames Victory, Del Alba, and all the other ships I worked on. And am I nostalgic about the life I lived back then? Sure, of course. But at least I have these memories. As they say in Argentina, ¿Quién te quita lo bailado? Literally, it means, who can take away from you what you have danced? But what it really means is what you've lived, what you've experienced. No one can take that away from you. ¿Quién te quita lo bailado?
Epilogue. Starting in 1968, Roberto Loiede spent years traveling the world, visiting Asia, including many Indian ashrams, as well as Latin America and Europe. As an able seaman, whenever he was abroad and ran out of money, he'd catch a job as a deckhand, returning to the U.S. on an American ship that paid union wages. His final ship, his 14th, was in 1974. Later that year, he and his then-pregnant wife, Betty, moved to Israel. They spent 2 years on a kibbutz, an agricultural commune, and an additional 5 years in Jerusalem, where Roberto wrote and produced audiovisual shows and documentary films. In 1981, Roberto, Betty, and their son, Rafi, moved to Los Angeles, where their second son, Zeke, was born. In Los Angeles, Roberto began writing for television, contributing to shows such as Dynasty, Knots Landing, and Days of Our Lives. Over the years, he's published more than 200 articles and stories in the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, Penthouse, and numerous literary magazines. He is also the co-author of The Eagle Mutiny, a detailed nonfiction account of the only armed mutiny aboard a U.S. ship in modern times. Roberto says he doesn't consciously feel guilt about having worked on ships that delivered ammunition to Vietnam, but he does find it meaningful that, years later, he helped tell the story of 2 young men who tried to stop that same war by seizing an ammo ship, knowing they might not survive. It was an adventure of a lifetime, one that's no longer possible today. And in the end, Roberto did get what he set out to find: the rare chance to go everywhere and be everyone.